Please be seated. Morning. All right, court's back in session. We're on the record. State of New Mexico versus Felipe Hernandez, D307 CR 2024-00-009. Is the state ready to continue with the jury trial?
State is ready.
Defense ready?
Defense is ready.
All right. Mr. Lon, did you make a decision on my offer regarding a second opening statement?
I did, and we appreciate the remedy offered. I think I'll take advantage of concluding my opening right before we present our case.
Thank you. All right. They ready? Bring them in when they're ready.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Welcome back. It makes me a very happy judge when 14 jurors leave in the evening and 14 jurors come back the next day. So thank you. During the recess, ladies and gentlemen, did anybody talk to you about this case? Raise your hand. During the recess, did you discuss this case with anyone? Raise your hand. Did anybody do any independent research on their own? Please raise your hand. Anybody see any news accounts, media accounts, anything on the internet? Please raise your hand. For the record, all the jurors did not raise their hands to any of the questions asked by the court. So we are ready to continue with testimony. Mr. Medina, your next witness, please.
Detective Renee Melenda.
All right, please bring in Detective Melinda. Good morning. Thank you for raising your right hand. Do you promise or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under penalty of law? Yes, sir. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Medina, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, if you could please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for us.
Renee Molenda, Molenda.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
Detective with the City of Las Cruces Police Department.
All right. Sir, how long have you been an officer with LCPD?
27 years.
And how many of those years has been in the capacity as an investigator?
22.
Excuse me. All right. Detective Melinda, we're here regarding an investigation into a shooting incident, an officer-involved shooting incident that occurred on October 3rd, 2023. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
Were you on duty?
Yes.
What were your duties that day?
On that, it was a normal work day for me. When the incident had occurred, I had come in after the fact, at my regular scheduled time, a little bit later.
Okay. And when you report for duty on that morning, did you immediately become involved in this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. What was your first task in relation to this investigation?
I had initially received, I believe it was a text message out to the group of investigators that there was an officer involved shooting. They had began the investigation. By the time I arrived, everybody was back at the station already. There I was briefed on the situation and what they had done up to that point.
Okay. And after you received that briefing, what actions did you take next?
I observed the video, the officer's body camera, and then from there went to the scene itself to make an observation of the scene.
Okay. So you arrive on scene to make an observation. What do you see when you get there?
I see the vehicle, which is a little bit further down the road, where it was stationary. They had already began photographing and taping things off. And then also walked over to the front of, I think it was 1356 Burley Court, where the initial incident had begun to occur.
Okay, and what did you see when you got there?
I saw a vehicle, an open space, a vehicle, and then some areas which they had identified to me as where the shooting had actually occurred.
Okay. What actions did you take next, sir?
At that point, just kind of summation of the events itself, as well as overall view of the scene. We kind of, relay responsibilities as far as crime scene processing, other assisting detectives and whatnot. Kind of just beginning the coordination of that with the supervisors that were already present.
Okay. So what assignments did you have?
At that point, it was more of case management, just kind of sitting back and gathering all the information from everybody, and then I would compile it later on.
Okay. All right. So what, if any, investigative steps did you take on the scene there at Burley Court that day?
On scene there, again, through the general walkthrough, they kind of showed me where everything was at, the shell casings or whatnot. At the conclusion of the day, kind of when we were packing up, they were loading up the vehicle, Mrs. Gomez's vehicle. As the vehicle was being loaded onto, or prior to being loaded onto the tow truck, I attempted to shut the door. At that point, I observed the door was obstructed from being shut.
All right. Did you notice anything else about the vehicle?
I noticed, I believe it was at least 2 to 3 gunshots. It would appear to be gunshot entrance to the vehicle itself, as well as a shattered window.
All right. And anything else?
Kind of just the disarray of the vehicle itself, as well as, there was obviously blood.
Okay. All right. Did you take any other steps there on the scene at Burley Court?
At that point, as far as, securing the vehicle, being able to get it loaded up, documenting what I had observed on the door itself, that ended pretty much my scene investigation.
Okay. What actions did you take after that, sir?
After that, again, it was just compiling, gathering all the information from everybody, touching base with the investigators that were assigned to other duties. Through the further process, I was able to follow up on information from the housing authority.
Okay. So when you say information from the housing authority, what do you mean by that?
With that, what I did is I contacted housing authority. Myself and another detective went down there. We made contact. What we had learned was we obtained the rules and regulations as well as the lease agreements from the housing authorities.
Okay. What further actions did you take in regard to this investigation?
Subsequently after that, I also completed a search warrant for the emails and desktop computer of Mr. Hernandez to gather any information that would have been correspondence between him and the housing authority as well.
Okay. Okay. So when you conducted that search of was that a search you conducted pursuant to a search warrant or something else?
Correct, search warrant.
Okay. So you're basically serving a search warrant on the defendant's computer.
Computer workstation at the office.
So this is his workstation at Las Cruces Police Department.
Yes, at our East Mesa complex.
Okay. So this is basically department issued equipment that you're searching.
Yes.
Okay. When you searched the defendant's computer, did you find anything relevant to this investigation?
Yes, I did find emails of correspondence between Mr. Hernandez and the housing authority.
Okay. Do you remember what the date of those communications was?
I don't remember the specific date. I do believe there may have been one the day prior or maybe 2 days prior where there's a communication between him and one of the directors there.
Okay. When did you conduct your search of the defendant's computer, if you remember?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay, but it was after the shooting incident?
Yes.
A week or 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Did you find anything else relevant to this investigation when you searched the defendant's computer?
No, just the direct communications.
Okay. What were you searching for when you were searching the defendant's computer?
Communications between Mr. Hernandez and the housing director pertaining to any issues or problems surrounding that area.
Okay. And you found communications with the housing director from a couple of days before your search or from a couple of days before the shooting?
Before the shooting.
Okay. All right. Detective Melenda, when you searched the defendant's computer, did you find any information that led you to believe that there was any kind of official project or directive that he was working related to Burley Court?
Outside of the emails between them, no.
Okay. Did you ever find any directives from supervisors?
Not that I believe.
Is that one of the things that you were searching for?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what a POP project is?
I do.
What is a POP project?
It's acronym for, I believe it's problem-oriented policing.
Okay.
Within that, my understanding is, I've been removed from patrol for so long, but my understanding is the patrol officers identify a problem area, and then basically set up a project to say, between these dates and these dates, we're going to address high frequent patrols, high contact, stuff like that.
All right. When you searched the defendant's computer, did you find anything, any formalized POP project related to this address on Burley Court?
I did not locate anything.
All right. And again, was that something that you were searching for?
Yes.
All right. Did you find copies of the lease agreements on the defendant's computer?
No, I did not.
Okay. So the lease agreements that you found or that you located, you received from the housing authority?
Correct.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may. Mr. Felipe?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may approach.
And permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
All right. Detective, I just handed you states number 32. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what does that, what is states 32?
The copy of the tenant rules and regulations.
All right. And is that a true and correct copy of what you received from the housing authority?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to move for admission of states 32.
State's Exhibit 32 is admitted. The defendant's objection is noted and overruled. I may
Permission to publish. Thank you.
You may publish to the jury.
So during the course of your investigation, you went to the housing authority and obtained a copy of the rental agreement. That's what's depicted here in states 32.
Correct.
All right. Did you, during the course of your investigation, did you read the contents of this document?
Yes, I did.
All right. Are you familiar with what is contained in this document?
Yes.
All right. And this is in evidence. So I'm just going to ask you to whether when you familiarize yourself with the contents of this document, is there anything in there related to limitations on visitors?
No.
Is there anything in here regarding visiting hours?
If I can correct myself, there's a limitation as far as visitors as how long they can stay as far as consecutive days, but nothing as far as hours or visiting hours.
Okay. And how long can a guest stay?
I believe it's 7 consecutive days and no more than a cumulative of 24 per year.
Okay. Is there anything in here that would relate to a tenant that they weren't allowed to have visitors between certain hours?
No,
Is there anything in here about curfew?
no,
Right. All right, thank you, Detective. So after you searched the defendant's work computer and after you spoke with the housing authority, did you have any further investigative involvement in this incident?
again, it was mostly kind of case management. I compiled all the information from all the assisting detectives and agencies, ultimately completing a presentation for the district attorney's office.
Okay. May I have a second?
You may.
Detective, is there any reason based on your investigation, including your understanding of the tenant rules and regulations, that would prevent an individual from being present on the property at 4:45 in the morning?
Not that I was able to locate.
Right. I don't have anything further for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. Mr. Lahan, cross-examination.
Sure. Detective Melinda, what if that person had been served a trespass notice not to be on that property?
Prior, yes,
Yes.
that would be correct. Yes.
Okay, and if they'd been to court 7 times over trespassing on that specific property, you would agree that they had no business being on that property.
Gonna object, Your Honor.
Basis?
This is, it's speculative and it contains facts, not in evidence.
Objections overruled. Mr. Lahan, rephrase your question or restate your
So
question.
somebody that had been served, that had been charged 7 different times with trespassing on Barley Court, you would agree that that person had no business being on Barley Court.
That person, when identified, yes,
And that person ended up being Jesus Garcia.
correct.
Now, when you were going through, well, first of all, you might be relieved to know that your ex-wife's best friend has nothing bad to say about you. So that came up yesterday during jury selection. When you were going through the emails and the records and everything, I'm sure you came across the letter of recognition from Chief Jeremy Story. Isn't that right?
I don't recall seeing
Well,
that.
would you like to see it?
Sure.
I'm gonna object to relevance and also outside the scope.
Approach, please.
All right, Officer or Detective Melinda, you said when the car was being loaded up, and you're talking about the car that was operated by the deceased, when it was being loaded up on the tow truck, you noticed that the car door would not shut. I think that was your testimony.
Correct.
Were you referring to the driver's side door, front door?
Yes,
Okay, so the door that you know from the video was open when the car was backing up.
correct.
So the force was such that it sprung the door so it couldn't shut.
I'm going to object to speculation, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. Establish some foundation before you ask that question, Mr.
Okay.
Long.
Well, you saw in the video that the door was shut, closed, when Felipe Hernandez approached the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then after the incident, it couldn't shut. Something obstructed it.
Correct.
And I mean, was there an object that you could see that obstructed it, or was it just the hinge?
Correct. It was the hinge.
Okay, thank you. You know from watching the video that the two people in the car say that they were visiting Butterfly.
Correct.
Do you know if anybody was ever detached to go interview Butterfly?
Yes,
And was that statement recorded?
it was unsuccessful. It's contacts.
Okay. And you know who Butterfly is?
We had identified her. Yes.
You didn't know who she was before this?
No.
To be fair, you're not out in the field much
No.
these days.
No.
Okay. Now, in that rental agreement, you would agree that, guests or tenants certainly can have guests on the property, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Long, you referenced a rental agreement. I think it was identified as a rules and
The
regulations.
rules and regulations. So that tenants agree to when they move into the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that tenants can have guests on the property, but the tenant is actually responsible for the guest's behavior.
Ultimately, in that contract, rules and regulations. Yes.
Sure. A tenant can be evicted if a guest is committing criminal acts on the property.
Correct.
And you would agree, whatever policies, whatever rules and regulations for the property, you would agree with all of your experience that there is a big difference between a violation of a policy and a violation of the criminal law.
Correct.
Every violation of a department policy is not a crime.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Mr. Medina, any redirect?
Right. Detective Melinda, are you aware of what level of crime a criminal trespass is?
Misdemeanor.
All right. Detective Melinda, and you've reviewed the video, right?
Correct.
And there was there was a lot of talk on your direct examination with regard to Jesus Garcia, who is the passenger in the car. Is that right?
Correct.
And his prior dealings there at Burley Court.
Correct.
Are you aware of whether Ms. Gomez had any prior dealings there at Burley Court?
I was not able to find it.
Right. Thank you, Detective. I don't have any further questions for this witness at this time.
Mr. Long, anything else?
No.
Any members of the jury have questions for Detective Melinda? Not seeing any. May this witness be excused? You want him subject to recall?
Let's leave it subject to recall, Judge.
All right. Detective Melinda, your testimony is completed for now. You are being held subject to recall. Please do not discuss your testimony with other witnesses. You may discuss your testimony with the attorney so long as all the attorneys are present. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I spoke to her. I spoke to her.
State's next witness, please.
State calls Beverly Simmons.
Please bring Beverly Simmons into the courtroom.
So again, this is Berkeley Court 47.
Good morning, Ms. Simmons. Come forward, please. Right here at this witness box. Before you sit down, would you do me a favor and raise your right hand? Do you promise or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of law? Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Simmons, if you can get as close to that microphone as you can, speak directly into the microphone so everyone can hear you. Mr. Medina.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, if you would please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for us.
Beverly Simmons, it's Simmons.
All right. Ms. Simmons, where do you currently reside?
1396 Burley Court,
All right. And how long have you lived at 1396 Burley Court?
7 years,
Okay. So you've lived there since 2018.
correct?
Okay. Ma'am, we're here to talk about an incident that occurred on October 3rd, 2023. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
And this incident occurred in the early morning hours of October 3rd, 2023.
correct.
All right. So my questions for you are this. On October 3rd, 2023, the early morning hours, did you have contact with Teresa Gomez?
Yes,
Okay. How did you know Teresa Gomez?
she's been a friend of mine for 5 years.
Okay. How did the two of you meet?
And we met through my neighbor that was
Oh.
beside me,
Okay, and who's your neighbor?
Alejandro Cornell.
And does he live there at Burley Court as well?
No longer, he passed away 2 weeks after her.
Okay. Did you also have contact with an individual named Jesus Garcia?
Yes,
All right. How do you know Jesus?
the same way.
Okay. Did you meet Jesus through Teresa or something else?
I met him through Alejandro.
Through Alejandro?
Yes, I used
Okay.
to do work for him.
What kind of work did he do, if you know?
They would go and help when we had inspections, pulling all the stuff out we needed to pull out, stoves and stuff. He would help him with his yard, and then he'd help me move my stuff too.
Okay. What was your understanding of the relationship between Teresa Gomez and Jesus Garcia?
At the time, they were ex-boyfriend and girlfriend.
Okay, so on October 3rd, 2023, they were ex-boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yes,
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you a very specific question that I think is going to call for a yes or no answer. Do you know Felipe Hernandez?
yes,
Do you see Felipe Hernandez in court today?
yes.
Can you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
A blue vest, a blue jacket. Mhm.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, the state requests the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Okay. Ma'am, during your time living there on Burley Court, and I'm sorry, what kind of a neighborhood is Burley Court?
It used to be real nice and quiet, and then we had a lot of homeless come around. And that's when it started getting a little messy around there,
Okay,
but it's calmed down now.
calm down. Okay. Is this And I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot or anything, but is this like a public housing situation?
Yes,
Okay. And this is something that you qualify for, right?
correct.
And have continuously since 2018, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. So during your time, as a tenant there on Burley Court, as a tenant, who's your landlord?
It's Mesilla Valley, Mesilla Valley Public Housing.
Okay. During your time as a tenant of Mesilla Valley Public Housing, are you aware of whether you have any restrictions on who can visit you at your residence?
Yes,
Okay, what are those restrictions?
we don't have any restrictions, so you can come see us.
Okay. Are there any time restrictions such as you're not allowed to have visitors at certain hours?
No, there's not.
Okay. Are there restrictions on how long individuals can stay at your residence?
14 days.
14 days? Okay. During your time as a resident there on Burley Court, has your landlord ever given you any warnings or anything about guests on your property?
No,
All right. So let me ask you this, ma'am. How did you come into contact with Miss Gomez on the morning of October 3rd, 2023?
I was going to go pick up a friend that called me to come pick her up, and she was sitting in a car.
Okay. So you, when you saw her, were you inside your apartment, outside your apartment, or something else?
I was halfway down my walkway.
Okay. And you saw Miss Gomez?
She called my name.
Oh, she called your name. And that's because you guys were friends.
Yes,
Okay. So when she called your name, did you recognize her?
yes,
Did you recognize her by her voice, by her car, or something else?
our voice.
Okay. So you hear her voice, you recognize it as your friend, Teresa Gomez.
Yes,
Okay. After that happened, what actions did you take, ma'am?
she asked me where I was going, and I told her I was going to pick up someone that was scared, that had woke me up calling me. And she told me not to take my car because my car had been in a hit and run, for me to drive her car and go pick her up.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, what time did this initial interaction with Ms. Gomez occur?
Somewhere around 3:30. I'm really not really sure exact time.
Okay. So it's early in the morning.
That's correct.
Okay. So after you had that interaction with Ms. Gomez, what actions did you take next?
I got in her vehicle and she was in the passenger side, and
Okay.
we drove to pick up my friend.
All right. Who else was with you, if anybody?
And at the time, it was just me and her until we picked up our friend, Tanya.
Okay. So you picked up Tanya. And what did you do? Where did you pick up Tanya at?
It was 1 block past Mesquite off of Loman.
Okay. And what did you do after you picked up Tanya?
We went to Walgreens on El Paseo.
All right. And what did you do at Walgreens?
I went in and bought a few things and they stayed out in the car.
All right. And how long were you inside the Walgreens on El Paseo?
It could be 5 minutes, 7 minutes. I just got a few things.
And how far is that Walgreens on El Paseo from your residence on Burley Court?
Probably about 4 or 5 blocks.
Okay, so it's pretty close.
Yes,
All right. So you finish up at the Walgreens. What happens after that?
I get in the car and I drive home.
Okay. And again, at this time, it's you, Terry, and Tanya.
Correct.
Okay. What happened when you got home?
When I got home, I went to go take my stuff in the house and they stayed back to plastic her windows that were not, they wouldn't roll up.
Okay. So when you were, and you were driving Terry's car that night, is that right? What can you tell me about the windows?
They just wouldn't roll up. And so all of them needed to be plastic. So she had them all plastic.
Okay. She had plastic on the driver's side?
That's not while we were driving,
Okay,
but she did end up that was the last window they put on.
okay. So they're putting plastic on the windows because the windows don't roll up.
Correct.
Okay. So what happened after that?
A few minutes later, after I was inside, both of them came in the house,
Okay.
and she went to the restroom and said she'd be right back, and that was last I seen her.
All right, let me ask you this. Did Terry Gomez have your permission to be at your residence?
Yes,
Had she ever visited you there at your residence before?
yes, many times.
Okay. So when she was done dealing with her windows, did she go inside your residence
Yes,
and how long did she stay there for?
just to use the restroom.
Okay. So she used the restroom, and then she went back out into her car or something else?
Yes, she went to her car, said she would be right back, because she never came back.
All right. So let me ask you this. Did you have contact with Jesus Garcia that morning?
Just when we walked in, he was there in the entranceway.
In the entranceway to your apartment?
There's two apartments right there, mine and Alejandro's. So he was standing there, and that's when he saw her and started talking to her.
Okay. So I've heard you describe Teresa Gomez as your friend.
Yes,
Is Jesus Garcia your friend as well? All right. Had Jesus ever visited you there at your apartment?
yes.
And what business, if any, did Jesus have there at or near your residence at Burley Court?
He would just help us out with things we couldn't do ourselves because we're disabled.
Okay,
And he was a friend. He would come and visit.
all right. Are you aware of whether Jesus Garcia stored any property there at Burley Court?
Yes,
All right. All right, ma'am, at the moment that that you saw Jesus Garcia, were you alarmed by his presence for any reason?
no,
Had you ever, had Jesus Garcia ever caused you to feel afraid or anything like that?
no. He's very polite.
Had you ever called the police on, to have him removed from your property?
No,
Okay. Okay. So on that morning, you come back to your apartment and Jesus is there in front of your neighbor's place. At that time, would he have had your permission to come into your residence?
no,
Did he have your permission to be around the property though?
yes.
Okay. All right. So you see Jesus Garcia, he starts talking to Terry. What happened after that?
I was inside after that. I seen him when I was going inside the house from the
Okay.
car,
And what's the next thing that you recall?
hearing the loud noises of a gun.
All right. And when you heard those loud noises, what actions did you take?
We got scared, and then I looked through the peephole to see what was happening.
Okay. And what did you see?
I didn't see anything. I didn't even see their car either.
Okay. Ma'am, I want to ask you very specifically about the last time you had contact with the defendant,
Okay.
Felipe Hernandez.
Objection, may we approach?
You may approach. All right, for the record, the objection is overruled. Mr. Medina, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, very specifically, I'm asking you about the last contact you had with the defendant, Felipe Hernandez.
It was 8 o'clock the night before. Yes, the night before.
Can you get closer to the microphone? Speak up, Ms. Simmons.
8 o'clock the night before.
Okay. And what was the nature of the contact you had with the defendant that day?
It was Garcia. Garcia.
Okay. Did he approach you? Did you approach him or something else?
He approached me
Okay. At your residence or someplace else?
and from my door
Okay. And were you inside your house, outside, or something else?
outside.
Okay. What was the nature of your conversation with the defendant on that day?
His stuff in storage.
Okay, whose stuff was in storage?
Jose Garcia.
Jose, is that Jesus Garcia?
I see. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. And where was Jesus Garcia's belongings in storage at?
At 1380 Worley Court.
And is that your residence or somebody else's?
Someone else's
And was it inside the residence in a storage shed or something else?
in storage shed.
Okay. And what was the reason for the defendant asking you about Jesus Garcia's property?
I was telling him how he was saying he was trespassing, because that was the main reason why he was going back and forth to get his stuff out of the storage.
Okay. And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you?
We were talking about he could maybe talk to him and work out some kind of deal to be able to get his items from that property.
Okay. And this happened October 2nd, the day before Terry Gomez got shot. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. All right. Thank you. So we're going to go back to the date of the incident. Okay.
Okay.
October 3rd, 2023. And what I want to ask you about is Terry Gomez's reasons for being at your property. Okay.
Okay.
Your testimony was that you had contact with her.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe this line of questioning has been asked and answered.
I haven't heard the question yet, so your objection is a little early, but Mr. Medina, get to your question.
All right. Did you learn why Terry was at your residence?
She was there to visit Alejandro Cornell.
Okay. And this was at a little after 3 a.m, is that right?
I'm not sure what time she got there.
Did you learn how it was that she came to be there? Like, how did she get there?
Driving her car.
Okay. Do you know why it was she stopped to see Alejandro at that time?
She said she was tired. She drove in from El Paso.
Okay. And she, so she stopped in to see Alejandro and found you instead.
Yes, he didn't answer his door.
Okay. Where, if you know, where was Terry living at this time?
Between the trailer and I believe her mother's,
Okay. And what part of town is that located in?
the west side.
Okay.
I don't know how it's all sort of,
Are there any landmarks around there that the jury might be familiar with?
Yes, I know it's off of Main and, what the street turns into after Idaho. Hernandez or something like that.
Okay. And that's where Terry was living.
Mhm.
Do you know where Jesus was living?
Yes, with his mother.
And where was that?
Off of Missouri.
Okay. Did Terry tell you anything else about why she was there that night?
No.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Objection sustained. Ask another question.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Lahan, do you have any questions for Ms. Simmons?
Yes. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
So you said that it was 8 p.m. the night before the incident that you had this conversation with Felipe.
Correct.
And of course, that's October 2nd. So it was dark out.
Yes.
And he was on his bike with his full uniform?
No, he wasn't at that time. But he was in his uniform.
Uniform. So he was in a patrol car.
No, I didn't see a car. I just seen him. He just was on foot.
So you didn't see bike or patrol car?
No, they usually park him down in the street.
So, but you specifically recall 8 PM at night?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
We can go with.
Mr. Lyon, you had no other questions? I'm sorry.
No, nothing further.
Looking at something else. Mr. Medina, any you redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
I think we have a question from a juror. Thanks, Josh. Approach, Mr. Lahan. Ms. Simmons, good morning.
Morning.
I have a question from one of the members of the jury. It reads as follows. Was a deal worked out with Officer Hernandez where Jesus Garcia was allowed to relocate his stuff from the storage shed?
No, there wasn't.
Thank you. Mr. Medina, do you have any follow-up questions based on that question?
If I may, Your Honor.
You may.
So there was no agreement that was reached. So help me understand the purpose of the conversation that the defendant had with you that day.
He was talking about we were talking about having a way to get his stuff out of there so he wouldn't have so much. He presented me with a card with his name and his number for Jesus to call him. And by the time he came and got the card, and he got from my boyfriend, he that all that happened. So they never had time to talk about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Lahan, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Last call for questions from the jury. All right. Mr. Medina, may this witness be excused, subject to recall.
She can be excused, Your Honor.
Mr. Lahan, any objection to
No.
excusing this
Oh,
witness?
my apologies, subject to recall.
All right. For the record, the state is asking that Ms. Simmons be subject to recall. Ms. Simmons, what this means is your testimony is completed for now. The state has asked that you be subject to be recalled later in trial if they see it's necessary.
Okay.
So please do not discuss your testimony with anybody else. You may discuss your testimony with all the attorneys so long as all three attorneys are present. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
So they may recall you later, so just make sure they can get in contact with you, okay? Thank you for now. You are excused. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Mr. Medina,
Thank you, Your Honor. The State Calls Officer Aguilera.
please bring Officer Aguilera into the courtroom. Morning, Officer Aguilera. Please come forward to the witness stand. Before you sit down, please raise your right hand. Do you promise or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of law? Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Medina,
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, if you would please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for us.
My name is Jaime Aguilera, last name spelled Aguilera.
All right, sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Las Cruces Police Department
And how long have you been with LCPD?
for about 6 years.
All right. Officer Aguilera, are you familiar with the defendant in this case, Officer Hernandez or Felipe Hernandez?
Yes,
Do you see him in court today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue coat.
All right. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, the state requests that the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
All right. Officer Aguilera, we're here to talk about an incident that occurred on October 3rd, 2023. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
Can you please describe for the jury what you were wearing
I was in my police uniform,
and what were you driving, sir?
a police unit with markings.
And were you displaying your badge of office?
Yes,
All right. Sir, how did you become involved in this incident on Burley Court?
yes. I was initially responding to a separate call for service when I heard, at the time, Officer Felipe Hernandez call out shots fired on Channel 2 on my handheld radio.
All right. So help me understand that you have one radio or two radios?
I have one handheld radio and a radio in my patrol unit.
Okay. And do you keep them on the same channel, different channels?
No, my patrol unit usually stays on channel 1, which is the primary channel used by dispatch for officers. And my handheld radio was on channel 2, which is a secondary channel for secondary radio traffic.
All right. So the first thing you remember hearing was the defendant calling out for shots fired.
Correct.
Okay. Had you heard any initial call outs to location or anything like that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. So the first thing you hear is shots fired. What actions do you take next?
At this point, myself and Officer Guerrero, who was driving the patrol unit, responded to Officer Felipe Hernandez's location, lights and sirens. I provided Officer Guerrero directions as he drove the patrol unit, and we responded to the 1300 block of Burley Court.
All right. So let me ask you this. You had another officer in your unit,
Correct.
and who is that?
Officer Guerrero.
Okay. And why was it that he was riding with you?
He was an officer trainee and I was his FTO at the time.
FTO meaning field training officer.
Correct.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, explain to me again how you, determined the defendant's location.
So as soon as Felipe Hernandez called out shots fired, I immediately checked my computer to check his status. And I saw that he was dispatched at the 1300 block of Burley Court.
All right. And so what actions did you take next?
At that point, we responded to his location, lights and sirens. We arrived shortly after. At that point, myself and Officer Guerrero approached the scene where I observed a black vehicle parked in the roadway on Burley Court. At this time, I observed Officer Alvarez removing the decedent from the driver's side of the black vehicle. I assisted Officer Alvarez. We assessed the female for injuries. I assisted Officer Alvarez with removing her shirt. I then observed a single gunshot wound to the upper left side of her back. At that point, I wiped the wound dry from the blood while Officer Alvarez applied the chest seal. At this point, I checked the decedent's carotid artery for a pulse. I did not feel a pulse and began CPR.
All right. Okay, so you approach the scene and you see Officer Alvarez removing the female from the driver's seat, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was he doing that by himself or did he have help doing that?
He was doing it himself.
Okay. And where was the defendant when you arrived?
I did not have visual of Felipe Hernandez when I initially arrived on scene.
All right. When did you see the defendant?
I do not believe I saw him for the remainder of the call.
Okay. So he wasn't there helping Officer Alvarez when you got there.
Not when I arrived.
Okay. Did you make note of the other individual in the car?
Yes, I did observe a male in the front passenger seat. I did direct Officer Guerrero to escort that male away from the vehicle.
All right. Were you able to make any observations about his demeanor?
He appeared frightened, and I believe he was concerned for the female, asking if she was alive.
All right. So you testified that you checked the female's carotid artery for a pulse. So which artery is the carotid artery? Or I'm sorry, let me back this up. When you're checking for a pulse, do you check the neck, the wrist, or something else?
I checked the neck.
Okay. And is that the way you're trained to check for a pulse?
Yes,
Okay. So you use the carotid artery in the neck to check for a pulse.
correct.
Did you feel anything that resembled a pulse?
No, I did not.
And then thereafter you began CPR?
Correct.
All right. Is that consistent with the training that you receive as part of becoming an officer for Las Cruces Police Department?
Yes,
How long and you said you did some CPR and then Alvarez took over?
correct. I initially started CPR, and shortly after, Alvarez took over chest compressions. And at that time, I stood by with Officer Guerrero while he stood by with the male passenger.
Okay. What's the reason behind switching off chest compressions?
At this time, it was to stand by with the officer trainee because I did not want to leave him alone for an extended period.
Okay. And how long between you and Officer Alvarez, how long were the two of you performing CPR on the female before emergency medical techs got there?
I don't recall, but I do believe they responded pretty quickly.
Okay. Did you observe any of Officer Guerrero's interaction with the male passenger?
Yes,
Did you identify the male passenger?
Officer Guerrero had identified the male passenger.
Okay. And during your what parts of their interactions did you observe?
I observed Officer Guerrero conduct a pat down on the male passenger. At this point, Officer Guerrero did locate several pieces of what appeared to be a shell of a firearm or pieces to a firearm, to which the male passenger had advised that it was pieces to a paintball gun.
All right. Did you ever touch what Officer Guerrero had found?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. So aside from standing by with Officer Guerrero and the male passenger of the car, did you have any further investigative involvement in this situation?
No, I did not.
All right. Oh, my apologies. Are you issued a body cam as part of your equipment?
Yes,
And was it operating at this time?
yes, it was.
All right. Have you had a chance to review it before today's hearing?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately depict your interactions of that day?
it does.
All right. At this time, the state's going to move to admit State's Exhibit number 3, which is the officer's lapel video.
Mr. Lahan,
No objection.
without objection, State's Exhibit number 3 is admitted into evidence. You may publish to the jury.
All right. We are going to. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. Mr. Lahan, any cross-examination of Officer Aguilera?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Medina, your laptop, if you need it.
Good morning, officer. You stated that you were a field training officer on that particular morning?
Correct.
Okay. Which shift were you working?
I was working graveyard shift.
All right, in graveyard at LCPD at that time was what time?
It is 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And Felipe Hernandez was working the day shift, is that right?
Correct.
And day shift is when?
Typically, I believe at that time was 6:30
To what?
to 4 or 4:30.
6:30 AM to 4 or 4:30 PM is day shift.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Medina, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Do any members of the jury have questions for Officer Aguilera? Not seeing any. Mr. Medina, may this witness be excused, or would you like him subject to recall? Mr. Lahan, any objection?
No objection.
Officer Aguilera, your testimony is completed in this case. Thank you so much. Have a good day and be safe. Thank you. Mr. Medina.
Your Honor, we're awaiting the arrival of a few witnesses. We'd ask for a recess.
All right, 15-minute recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll give you a 15-minute break. We'll bring you back as soon as we have witnesses ready to come back and testify. Please stand for this jury.
So that I don't forget it.
Please be seated, everyone. All right, we'll come back at 9:45 approximately. All right, let me know what's the status, Mr. Medina. We'll be in recess.
All right.
Your help us.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. State of New Mexico versus Felipe Hernandez, D307 CR 2024-00009. All right. Mr. Medina, Mr. Macias, Mr. Lahan, I had some communication with the bailiff during the recess. Some of the jurors are inquiring from the bailiff whether the jury can recall a witness because some of them have questions to ask. So I'm going to address that issue once we bring them in. Detective Yarnell, you can have a seat till they come in.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Uh-huh. Bring him in. All rise for the jury. Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Medina, announce your next witness.
Detective Curtis Yarnell.
Detective Yarnell, please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you promise or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of law? Thank you. Mr. Medina, before you begin your examination, please allow me an opportunity to address the jury.
Yes, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I was advised during the recess by the bailiff that some of you may want to ask if we can bring back witnesses. Because some of you, I believe, have questions. At this point, no, the jury is not permitted to ask that a witness be recalled. I will remind you that if you have a question, just write it down. If you're in the middle of a question, writing it down, you need some time, just let us know. We will wait for you, and that's not an issue. And as I stated at the beginning of the trial, please let us know that you have a question before the witness is excused from the witness stand. Thank you. All right, Mr. Medina, you may begin your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, if you would please begin by stating your name and spelling. I'm so sorry, excuse me. If you would please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for us.
Yeah, Detective Curtis Yarnell, Yarnell.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
Las Cruces Police Department.
All right, prior to your, how long have you been with LCPD?
I transferred from the Sheriff's Department in 2017 to March 2017,
And how long were you with the sheriff's department?
since '07.
Okay. Do you have any specialized training? Or did you have any special assignments during your time with the sheriff's department?
I was actually a task force officer with the FBI, so we worked gang activities and narcotics and weapons violations.
Okay. And since your transfer to LCPD, how long have you had the rank of detective?
Close to 3 years.
All right. All right, Detective Yarnell, are you familiar with the defendant in this case, Felipe Hernandez?
Yes,
Do you see him seated in court today?
yes.
Can you please point out where he's seated and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark navy blue suit, eyeglasses with a purple tie.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, the state requests that the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Yarnell, how did you become involved in this investigation on October 3rd, 2023?
I was assigned to do a round count
right.
of the incident that took place.
All right. So were you involved in this as part of the officer involved shooting task force or something else?
Something else.
Okay, what was your assignment?
I'm just a detective, and in any big incidents that occur and they need additional help from detectives, I normally volunteer to come out and assist.
Okay. So you described that your assignment was to do a round count.
Correct.
What is a round count?
A round count is where we take the number of rounds that's on the officer's person.
And I'm sorry, Detective. Just before we get into that, just a little bit of background. What kind of situations would necessitate doing what you're about to describe as a round count?
Anytime there's an officer involved shooting.
Okay, so now, what is a round count?
A round count is where we take the number of rounds that's in the officer's firearm and on his person after the initial incident took place.
All right, and what else happens during round count?
We take inventory of all the equipment on the officer's person, meaning his vest, his duty belt, if he has a duty belt.
And is all that stuff photographed?
It's photographed, yes.
Okay. What type of questions, if any, do you ask an officer during round count?
The first question that I do ask is there any injuries? And then if there's injuries, he'll point them out and we'll make sure we get him a medical assistant and take photographs of those injuries.
Okay, and what else do you ask during round count?
We do ask, I did ask if he was, during the shooting, if he was in a kneeling, a prone, was he standing, or a mount position?
Okay, what is, I understand what kneeling is. What is prone?
Prone is where you're laying on your stomach, facing towards your threat.
And you also just, you said the word mounted. What's mounted?
Mounted is, it could be standing, the way he was standing, or
Okay. All right. And is this standard procedure for when you're doing a round count?
the normal questions, yes.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about October 3rd, 2023. What time did you have contact with the defendant?
It was early morning. I can't recall exactly what time, but it was very early morning on that Sunday, I believe.
Okay. Or it would have been on October 3rd.
October 3rd, yes.
Okay, so it was the date of the shooting.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And an hour, 2 hours after, do you know?
I would say at least a couple hours.
Okay.
Maybe out between an hour and a half.
And is this something that you do by yourself, or are you assisted when you're doing the round count?
I'm assisted.
Okay, and who was assisting you on October 3rd?
We had another detective from NMSU that was present during the round count. We also had a training detective, Detective Thomas was in the room. Also, we had our evidence tech, Raylene Morales, which helped assist with taking the photos.
Okay. All right. And if you could very briefly just describe the inventory process when you're when you're doing a round count like this?
Sure. So the first thing that we do is we do a full 360 photos of the officer. So front, back, side to side. And then what we do after that, I number everything that's on his vest, like his firearm, his taser, if he has an ASP, if he has magazines, they're all numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, or an alphabetical or ABC. The purpose of doing the numbering is to be organized on our inventory sheet when we take accountability of everything that's on that officer's person. We go ahead and have them take off everything, and then we lay it on a large piece of paper on a long table, and we document, okay, this is number 1, that's the firearm. Number 2 is the taser, and then so on. And we take photos of everything. Once that's done, we do take the rounds out of the magazine, which is ammunition out of the magazine, which he had 2 spare magazines on his person and 1 magazine on his firearm. And then we just take photos of everything, including his injuries.
All right. So at the start of your round count, you asked the defendant if he had been injured. What was it that he told you?
He said yes, he was injured, and he did point out an injury on his left outer forearm, and then also it was like a pin mark on the inside of his elbow on his right side. And then I believe, I can't recall, but I believe it was either his ankle or knee that was potentially injured.
Okay. Detective Yarnell, when you're doing round count, do you record this using body cam?
Yes,
All right. And did you do that on that day, October 3rd?
yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that before today's hearing?
I have.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the round count?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Detective. Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to move for admission of states number 4.
Mr. Lahan,
No objection.
with that objection, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence. Did you want to publish to the jury?
Yes, Judge.
You may. Josh, can you get the lights? Lights, please. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, where does this interaction take place?
This interaction is taking place at 217 East Picacho. That's the Las Cruces Police Department.
And is that located here in Doña Ana County, New Mexico?
Yes, sir.
We're going to proceed with states 4.
All right. Hernandez, we're just all we're doing is we're gonna be taking overall pictures. We'll be sticking little numbers or letters on each individual portion of your vest. And all around pictures, okay? So there's some questions I need to ask real quick. Are you injured? Yes. Okay. And they've been checked out by medical staff yet? Okay, we'll make sure we get that done for you, okay? And then we'll make sure we take photos of that injury, okay? During the shooting, were you kneeling, prone, mounting, or something else? Standing. Okay. How many rounds do you load in your magazine? Top off. It's 15 plus 1. 16 plus 1.
I'm finished with the video. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So when you conducted the round count, were you able to determine how many rounds the defendant possessed?
Yes,
And how many rounds were in the magazine that was in his gun?
there was 12 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. So 13 total rounds.
Okay. And you had indicated that there were a couple of backup magazines.
Correct.
How many did each of the other magazines, how many rounds were in each of the other magazines?
17.
Right. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Detective, I've handed you states number 20 and states number 21. If you could just take a second to familiarize yourself with those, and then I'll ask you some questions about them.
Ready.
All right. So we're going to begin with states number 20. Without describing what's depicted in states number 20, do you recognize it?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately depict what's photographed?
yes,
All right. Thank you, Detective. Your Honor, the state's going to move for admission of states number 20.
Mr. Lahan,
No objection.
without objection, State's Exhibit 20 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to move on to states number 21. Without describing what's depicted, do you recognize states number 21?
yes,
And does states number 21 fairly and accurately depict what's photographed?
yes.
All right. State moves for admission of states number 21
Mr. Lahan,
No objection.
without objection, State's Exhibit 21 is admitted into evidence.
and permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish both 20 and 21.
So we're going to begin here with states number 20, okay? Now, you had described that officer or that the defendant had complained about an injury to his outer forearm.
Correct.
Is that depicted here in, I'm sorry, if I could just have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, is that depicted here in states number 20?
Yes.
And I'm just gonna back this out. So what part of the defendant's body is pictured here in states number 20?
This is gonna be the left arm, forearm on the outer portion of the arm.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do, sir, is I'm just gonna give you control, and you should be able to use that screen and just circle where that injury is so the jury can see it. All right. And how would you describe this? Just using lay terms, how would you describe this injury?
As an injury, a scuff from something, not, I mean,
Did you observe any blood or anything like that?
no, I didn't.
Did you observe any bruising?
Not at that time, I don't believe, no, just the skin was removed or shredded, I guess, from the forearm.
Detective Yarnell, can you speak up just a little bit? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me see if I can. All right. And this, what's depicted here in states 20 is the injury to the left forearm that the defendant complained to you about.
Correct.
All right. And this photograph was taken during round count on the 3rd of October, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna move on to states number 21. So what's depicted here in states number 21?
This is gonna be the right arm, inner elbow, and it's gonna be a pin mark, a writing pin mark.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and try and do the same thing here and give you control so that you can just go ahead and circle for the jury where that injury is. All right, and is this the injury that the defendant complained to you about on that day during round count?
Yes.
And this photograph was taken during round count on October 3rd, 2023?
Yes.
All right. So aside from completing the round count, did you have any further involvement with this investigation?
No.
All right. All right, so we're going to make reference again to states number 21. There appears in this to be kind of a bump here that I'm indicating with my finger. Is that part of the injury or was it the pen mark?
I want to say the pin mark. I'm not sure if that's a vein or if it's a puncture. It just looks like a vein, like a vein to your arm.
All right, and did you see any blood or anything? When you,
No.
all right, did you photograph any other injuries that the defendant complained about?
Like I said, I can't recall if there was pictures taken of a knee or an ankle the time of the picture taken.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Detective Yarnell. I don't have any further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. Mr. Lahan, any questions for Detective Yarnell?
Yes, Your Honor. And good morning, Detective Yarnell.
Morning.
Have you been involved in other officer-involved shooting investigations?
I've done one training with another detective, yes.
Okay. And the reason that you do the round count is why?
To take account for all the rounds or ammunition on the officer after the officer involved shooting.
Okay. So the idea is if he normally carries with, I think he said 16 plus 1, that means 16 in the magazine, 1 loaded in the chamber. Is that right?
Correct.
And is that appropriate for an officer on patrol?
Most time officers load their magazines completely topped off
Okay.
at the time. Yes.
So 17 plus 1.
17 plus 1 in the chamber. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So when you did the round count, you basically determined that there were 3 rounds missing from the magazine recovered from Officer Hernandez's gun.
All I do, sir, is I just take accountability of round count. I don't determine how many are missing or how many are over
Okay.
at the time.
Do you remember how many rounds you extracted during round count from and his main magazine?
So the main magazine in the firearm?
Yes.
I believe it was 12 rounds in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
Okay.
Total of 13 rounds.
Total of 13.
Correct.
Okay. And that would indicate that maybe 3 or 4 rounds had been fired at most if the magazine was completely filled before it was fired.
That's a hard question to answer because he could have been short in his magazine at the time of the officer involved shooting.
If he was short in his, well, okay. If he was short in his magazine, then you would have expected a lot less rounds when you did the round count.
I don't make that determination of how many rounds are in an officer's magazine. I just do the round count, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Would you agree that firing 3 rounds is not emptying a clip, for example?
3 rounds? No.
Okay. And you documented these injuries with photographs, is that correct?
Yes, our evidence tech, yes.
And what was the purpose of documenting with photographs?
That's just normal procedure that we do. We take photos of everything from the person, the officer, to all his equipment.
Okay. And is it only police officers that get their injuries photographs, or if it was a civilian that you were investigating, hey, I've been hit, would you also document that with a photograph?
Yeah.
So you would agree that any touching of a peace officer is a felony when it's done to challenge their authority.
State statute, correct.
That's battery against a peace officer, is that correct?
Correct.
So those minor injuries on a peace officer would be a felony. On a civilian, they be what, a misdemeanor? Battery, simple battery.
Correct.
Okay. So those photographs that were just admitted in evidence actually confirm Felipe Hernandez's depiction of what happened to him that day, that he was struck by the vehicle.
I'm gonna
Yeah, I
object,
wasn't-
Your Honor.
Hold on, Detective. Don't answer the question. What's your objection, Mr. Medina?
The objection is foundational and it calls for speculation.
Objection sustained. Lay some foundation, Mr. Law.
Okay. You had a general idea at the time that you were doing the round count and the depiction of injuries that Felipe Hernandez had just been in some kind of altercation. Is that right?
Yes, officer involved shooting, yes.
Okay. And so if you had seen an old bruise, clearly yellowed, clearly dissipating, would you have taken a picture of that?
Yes, of course.
But the relevance of those pictures that are in evidence is because you took them right after the incident and your job was to document any injuries on the officer's body. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was Officer Hernandez cooperative with everything that you asked of him?
Yes, sir.
Were you with Officer Hernandez when he had to blow into the breathalyzer?
No.
Okay, did somebody else take?
Yeah, I was only in, my job was the round count.
That was it,
was
right?
it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Medina.
So it's your, because you were asked on cross, regard to visible injuries being photographed. If there were visible injuries to the knee and ankle, they would have been photographed, right?
I believe so, yes.
Right. And there weren't any photographs of a knee or ankle, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you, Detective Bureau. Now, I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Lahan, anything else?
No.
Any members of the jury have questions for Detective Yarnell before he's asked to step off the stand? Not seeing anybody. Mr. Medina, may he be excused or you want him subject to recall?
Thank you, Your Honor. He may be excused.
Mr. Lahan, any objection?
No.
Detective Yarnell, your testimony is completed in this case. Thank you. You are excused. Have a good day. Be safe. Mr. Medina?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Jesus Garcia.
Okay. Please ask Mr. Jesus Garcia to come into the courtroom. Mr. Garcia, good morning. Come forward to the witness stand, please. Good morning. Before you sit down, would you do me a favor and raise your right hand? Do you promise or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of law? Thank you. Please have a seat, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, I'm going to ask you to get as close to that microphone as you can. Speak directly into the microphone so everyone can hear you. Mr. Medina.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, if you could please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for us.
Jesus Garcia, Garcia.
All right. Mr. Garcia, are you familiar with the defendant in this case, Felipe Hernandez?
Yes, I am.
Do you see Mr. Hernandez in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point out where he's seated and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's right there, and he has a suit on in blue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Your Honor, the state requests that the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
All right. Mr. Garcia, just as a preliminary matter, you've been convicted of a felony in the past, right?
Yes, I have.
Was that felony for trafficking controlled substances?
Yes.
And did that occur, the crime occurred in 2009?
Yes, that's when I got, yes, 2009.
All right. And you were on probation until 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever go to the penitentiary or the Department of Corrections for that crime?
Yes, I went to jail, not prison.
Jail, not prison?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Jesus Garcia, other than that that crime from 2009, have you ever been convicted of a felony crime?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right. Mr. Garcia, we are here to talk about an incident that occurred on October 3rd, 2023 in the early morning hours. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall having contact with the defendant, Felipe Hernandez, that day?
Yes.
All right. Where did that contact occur?
On Burley Court?
All right. Is that location here in Doña Ana County, New Mexico?
Yes, it is.
Is it within the city of Las Cruces?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, why were you at Burley Court on October 3rd, 2023?
I was homeless during the time and I went in for, to get warm at my friend's house.
Okay, and who is your friend?
We call her Butterfly.
Okay, and do you know Butterfly's real name?
Yeah, it's Beverly Simmons,
Okay. And how long have you and Butterfly been friends?
for like 7 years,
Okay,
8 years.
so you were basically you went to Butterfly's house to get warm.
Yes.
Did you have any other friends that lived there on Burley Court?
Yes, right next door. His name was Alex.
Okay. So why did you think to go to Beverly's house that day?
I think it was cold out. It was very cold. And I was just hanging out.
So my question is, why was it Beverly's house? Why wasn't it somewhere else?
That's the only friend I know. And
Okay. Had you been to Beverly's house before?
yes,
Had you been to Alex's house before?
yes.
All right. Had you ever had any, I'm sorry, did you have any property located anywhere there on Burley Court?
Yes, I did. I had a storage. My friend let me use the storage.
Okay, is this your friend Alex or someone else?
Alex.
Okay. And what kind of stuff did you have stored? And what kind of stuff did you have stored there?
I had all my belongings in there because I used to stay at 121, but I was no longer there, so I put all my stuff there.
At 121?
161. It was a trailer park. I used to stay there, but I no longer stay there.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that-
Mule Deer. It was Mule Deer. Sorry.
Okay, is that close to Burley Court?
Yes, it's right across the railroad tracks.
All right. So Mr. Garcia, I just want you to get as close up to that flat part of that mic as you can, okay?
Okay.
Because we're having a little trouble with the mic going in and out. All right.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. We always have problems with the equipment. It's not your fault. Okay. Mr. Garcia, was your stuff stored in a storage shed or in somebody's apartment or something else?
It was in a storage shed.
All right. And who was the owner or the tenant of the storage shed?
They called his name Lindsay, but he was an older man that lived right there by Alex, but he let me use the storage.
Okay. So your business there on Burley Court on October 3rd, 2023 was basically to visit Butterfly and get warm. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Had you ever had any negative interactions with any of the residents there on Burley Court?
No,
Had you ever been told by any of the residents there that you shouldn't be there?
no,
Had you ever been told by any of the landlords there that you shouldn't be there?
no,
Had you ever been told by any law enforcement officer that you shouldn't be there?
yes.
Okay, and was that law enforcement officer that told you that Felipe Hernandez or somebody else?
Yes, that's who it was.
I'm sorry, yes, it was
It was that officer.
Felipe Hernandez.
Yes. I'm sorry, I just don't. No, I'm sorry.
So, on October 3rd, 2023, help me understand how you came into contact with Teresa Gomez.
She showed up to where I was at. I was actually gonna leave when she got there.
Okay, and where were you at?
I was at Butterfly's house.
Okay, so that's a residence there on Burley Court.
Yes.
Okay. And who were you there with?
I was there by myself,
Okay.
but her Butterfly's, the boyfriend was there.
Okay, and what's butterflies? So I'm sorry, you said two different things. Were you there by yourself or was Beverly's boyfriend?
There was somebody inside the house, yes.
Okay, and who is that?
It was my friend, that lives there or stays there with, Butterfly.
Is that Beverly's boyfriend?
Yes,
And what's his name?
TJ.
All right. What time did you get there to Beverly's house?
I don't remember the time or anything.
Okay. Are we talking early morning? Are we talking mid-afternoon, late at night?
Well, being homeless, I don't keep track of the time or anything, but I know it's dark time. It was dark.
Okay. So it's after dark, and you go to Beverly's. And do you have contact with Beverly or with TJ or with somebody else?
Yes, I got contact with them. I got their phone. Or knock on the door.
So you knocked on TJ's door?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened next?
I went inside and I was just hanging out and I was gonna leave.
Okay, and was Beverly there at that time or was Beverly not there at that time?
I don't recall. Yeah. I was just there with TJ.
Okay, did you see Beverly at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. How did you come into contact with Teresa Gomez?
She actually came over and I seen her. I haven't seen her like in 6 months, I think, so that day.
All right. Mr. Garcia, what's the nature of your relationship with Terry Gomez?
She I used to stay with her. She let me stay with her at her trailer and I used to date her.
Okay, so she, on October 3rd, 2023, she was like an ex-girlfriend.
Yes.
All right. How long did the two of you date?
Like 4 years, 3 years.
Okay, was this pretty solid or on and off or something else?
It was, yeah, solid, but then it started on and off.
Okay. And when did the two of you go your separate ways?
I say like, I don't remember, but it was I didn't see her for like 6 months or a year to that night.
Okay. So it's the first time you've seen her in a few months.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And we've heard her use, we're referred to her throughout this trial as Teresa Gomez.
Yes.
All right. Is Teresa Gomez her married name, maiden name, or something else?
I call her Terry.
You didn't know her last name?
Yes, Gomez, or it's Leiva. Yes, Gomez Leiva.
So both of those are names that she associated with.
Yes.
Okay. Did she prefer Gomez or did she prefer Leiva?
She used Leiva most of the time.
Okay. And you know this from basically from living with her for a period of years.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Where did the two of you live together?
161 Mule Deer.
Okay. And that's here in Las Cruces?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to October 3rd, 2023. You see Terry Gomez, and what happens after that?
I was gonna take off walking home and she offered me a ride.
All right, where were you living at the time?
I was gonna go stay at my mom's. I was pretty much on the street. I just didn't want my mom to know that I was home.
Okay, and where does your mom live?
She lives on 1650 Missouri Avenue.
Okay. And how far a walk is that from where you were there on Burley Court?
It's like a 40-minute walk.
Okay. So did you tell Terry that you were going to be walking home or?
Yes, yeah, I was gonna walk home.
Okay, and what happened after that?
She offered me a ride.
All right. Did you see Terry's car?
Yes, it was outside.
Were you familiar with Terry's car?
Yes,
Had you ever been in that car before?
yes.
When was the last time you had been inside Terry's car?
Last time I seen her, I guess. It was a long time before.
So it was a period of a few months.
Yeah.
Okay. She offered to give you a ride home.
Yes.
What happened after that?
We sat in the car looking for her keys and we couldn't find them.
Okay. And how long were you sitting in the car?
Like 5-7 minutes looking for her keys, I think.
Okay. Do you know about what time this was?
No, I don't remember the time.
All right. So you're in the car for 5 minutes and it's dark outside, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, what happened next?
We're sitting in the car and then we saw somebody in the front looking with the flashlight.
Okay. How did that make you feel?
It was just kind of awkward, like kind of weird because he came out of, it was like all of a sudden and out of nowhere and we're not doing nothing.
All right. So where were you when you noticed that somebody was looking into the car with a flashlight?
I was in the passenger seat
And where was Terry?
and the driver's seat.
All right. So after you noticed somebody flashing a light into the car, what happened next?
They told her to get out of the car, get out of the car.
Okay. What happened after this person told Terry to get out of the car?
They just were, they were conversating.
All right. And what were you doing during this time?
I was sitting in the passenger seat, just thinking I was going to jail
Okay, why were you thinking that?
because I had warrants for my arrest.
Okay. And do you at what point did you recognize the defendant?
When he came up to the car,
Mr. Garcia, you need to speak up just a little bit.
when he
please.
came up to the car,
All right. And you recognized him right away?
yes,
Okay. And you knew you had warrants, so you thought you were going to jail. Mr. Garcia, did you have anything in your possession?
yes, I did.
What did you have?
A paintball gun that was in pieces.
Okay. I would just want to ask you some questions about that. Okay. How did you come into possession of that paintball gun that was in pieces?
When I was leaving, they said that they offered me a paintball gun just to put together, like to work on, or just
And
mess around.
who offered it to you?
A friend that was there at the place.
Was that TJ or was that somebody else?
Yeah, I don't remember who it was, but they gave me that. Or it was in pieces though.
Okay. When the defendant came up to the car, did you let him know that you had a paintball gun?
Yes, right away.
Okay. And what was your reasoning for doing that?
Because I didn't want him to, because I didn't want to get shot.
All right. Is that something that you were worried about in that moment?
Yes, because I have.
Okay. I don't just,
Yes.
okay. So you alert the defendant that you have that you have a paintball gun. What happened after that, Jesus?
I put it in the middle and, it was in pieces and everything, but yes, they were conversating outside the car.
All right. Were you able to hear any of that conversation?
A lot was going through my mind at the time, but, yes, it was like very aggressive.
Okay. You described it as aggressive. Who, in your perception, was being aggressive?
Terry wasn't aggressive.
So the other person she was conversating with was?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Jesus. At a certain point, the defendant is able to identify you and he recognizes you. Is that right?
I would believe so.
All right. Do you remember what the defendant said to you when he recognized you?
He's gonna put another warrant for my arrest.
All right. Do you remember if he made any exclamations during when he was identifying you initially?
Yes, he knows who I am. So.
All right. Mr. Garcia, did you ever notice the defendant displaying any type of weapon during your interaction with him?
No.
All right. Mr. Garcia, walk me through what's going through your mind when you hear the defendant outside of the vehicle talking to Terry.
I figured that I was gonna go to jail, and then I don't know about her situation, but it was very aggressive, and It just seemed like we were both gonna go to jail.
Okay. So you had the impression that you were gonna go to jail?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when, at a certain point, Terry gets back in the car, is that right?
Yes.
What happened after that?
The car turned on and we took off,
Okay, and
but he allowed her to sit down in the seat.
he allowed her to sit,
Yes,
and then Terry started driving away.
yes.
Would you describe her driving as fast, or
No,
Impressive.
it wasn't fast at all.
was it kind of a normal backing up type of situation?
Yes, like we're able to go.
Okay. What happened after that?
She, gunshots. And she couldn't breathe.
All right, so what's going through your mind when you hear those gunshots going off?
Uh, she just couldn't breathe.
All right. Jesus, are you watching her, or are you doing something else?
I was watching her
All right.
while looking back.
So after the shots happened, what happened after that?
But stopped the car. The car was put in park and then got out and the
Okay,
car.
how did the car get put in park?
I put it in park.
You put the car in park.
Yes,
Okay, why did you do that?
because she got shot and the car wasn't moving. I just put it in park.
Mr. Garcia, you need to speak up, please.
I just put it in park because she got shot.
All right.
Car stopped.
And what happened after that?
The other cops came and and they pulled me aside.
All right. Do you remember who you spoke to?
It was a female officer. I don't know her name.
All right. Did anyone search you?
They did search me. Yes.
Okay. Did they find anything?
No, just a little couple pieces from the paintball gun.
A few pieces from the paintball gun?
Yes,
All right. Was this paintball gun made of plastic or metal or something else?
plastic.
All right. Jesus, did you comply with everything that the officers asked you to do during this interaction?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever give any of these officers a reason to believe that you were a danger to them?
No,
Was that your reasoning for alerting the defendant that you had a paintball gun so that he would?
so he'll be aware of it, so he wouldn't shoot me. Or
And were you prepared to comply with requests that they made of you?
yes, of course.
All right.
Thank you, Josh.
Okay.
Jesus, a couple of things that a couple of times during your testimony you've referenced that you were scared, and I just want to ask for some specifics regarding that. All right. So were you? What was it about this interaction that caused you to be scared?
When I got out of the car, or
No, I'm talking about the initial interaction.
I had some.
Speak into the microphone, Mr. Garcia.
I got some tickets for being on the property.
All right, Jesus, I just want to remind you to The jury needs to hear what you're saying, so speak into that microphone as much as you can.
I wasn't allowed on the property,
You weren't allowed on the property according to who?
officer.
Officer Hernandez?
Yes,
All right. Had any other officer ever told you that you weren't allowed to be there?
no,
Okay. Um, Mr. Garcia, when you heard some of the language that the defendant was using, how did that make you feel?
it was just, yeah, I was stunned. I was shocked. It was aggressive.
Okay, what was shocking about that specifically?
He was just very aggressive towards her, like rude.
Okay, what kinds of things was he saying?
Objection, Your Honor. The best evidence is the lapel cam video itself.
Objection sustained.
Very well, Your Honor. I'll provide State's Exhibit number 1.
You want to publish State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, Judge.
You may.
We're doing 1A.
Josh, lights, please.
And Mr. Garcia, I just want to make sure that you can view the video there on your screen.
Yes,
Okay. So we're just gonna watch this together, and I at certain points I'm gonna pause it and ask you questions about it. Okay. So I need you to be watching what's on your screen. All right.
yeah.
All right. All right. So I'm pausing this here at 14 seconds. Is that you in the passenger seat?
Yes,
You have something in your mouth. What was it that was in your mouth?
a cigarette.
A cigarette?
Mr. Garcia, you need to speak up loudly. please.
Cigarette.
All right. Is this when you first noticed that the defendant was present there?
Yes,
Okay. We're gonna proceed from 14 seconds.
Roll the window down. Leave your hands where I can see them. Okay, just leave your hands where I can see them. I don't know that. Roll your window down, ma'am. Open the door.
It's just a pinball gun.
Step over here.
I don't have.
Step over here.
We're not doing nothing wrong, sir. I'm looking for my keys. I can't find them.
Mr. Medina, pause the video, please.
Okay, we're at 1 minute, 1 second.
Mr. Garcia, do you need a moment?
no, fine.
Okay. Again, Mr. Garcia, the video is being played. Mr. Medina has asked you to watch the video so he can ask you questions about it.
I'm not to be rude or anything, but I don't need to watch the video. I already know. I was there, so I don't want to be rude or anything.
Approach Mr. Laha, Mr. Medina. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Medina, you may continue publishing State's Exhibit 1A.
All right, so we're here on, well, Jesus, you had stated before that you didn't need to watch it because you were there.
Yes, that's
And
correct.
it's pretty clear to me that this is distressing you a little bit. So what was it about this encounter that's causing this distress?
Because she's no longer here.
All right. So let me ask you this. And actually, we're just gonna proceed with the video, okay? Starting from 1 minute, 1 second.
Okay, what's in his waist right there?
It's a pinball gun.
No, It's a pinball gun, sir. Step out. Step out. Step out, ma'am.
I don't need to step out.
Step out now, or I'm gonna pull you out.
You cannot pull me out. Call your sergeant. I want to see your
Come on.
sergeant. I want your sergeant.
Ma'am.
Don't touch me.
Ma'am, step out,
Don't
please.
touch me.
Step out.
Don't touch me.
Step
I
out.
want to record this right now.
Go ahead. Step out.
I want to record this.
Ma'am.
Don't touch me.
Step out.
No.
Come on, hurry up.
No.
Who are you here visiting?
I'm a butterfly.
It's too late to be visiting Butterfly.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I came out to look for my keys.
This is public housing, ma'am.
I
Step out.
understand that.
Step
No,
out.
no, sir. Don't touch me, sir.
Okay. You're gonna get tased.
No, you're not going to take
All right, so I'm pausing the video at 1 minute, 47 seconds. Jesus, can you take a look at the screen for me?
Yes.
All right, so right here at this portion of the encounter, the defendant has a taser out. Did you notice that taser?
Yes, he had his taser out. Yes.
All right. When you saw the taser come out, how did that make you feel?
It was shocking because we didn't do nothing wrong.
All right. All right, we're going to proceed from 1 minute, 47
Step out
seconds.
this. You are. I'm asking you to step out. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
Step
I'll
out.
Step out. Why don't you step out, though?
I'm so I can talk to you. This guy has paintball guns. I don't know what else he has there. It doesn't matter, ma'am. It doesn't matter. It still looks like a fucking gun, does it not?
No.
Yes, it does.
It's a laser gun.
Step over here, right here.
I'm looking
If
for
you
my
pull
keys
that
so I
out
can go
again,
home.
bro, we're gonna have fucking issues. Show me your face. Show me your face.
I'm not doing that, sir.
Jesus Garcia.
I'm not.
Holy fuck. You're back on the fucking property.
No, I'm in the car.
You're on the property.
Sir, come
You're
on.
on the property.
I'm in the
Judge
property.
told you not to be here. Didn't I rip your ass last time?
Yeah, I know, but I'm not in the
You're gonna
property.
get a warrant out for your fucking arrest.
What
Step
the
over here.
fuck?
Shut the fuck up. Come here, man.
All right, so I paused it at 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Jesus, when you heard, you realized that the defendant had identified you, right?
Yes.
And you heard the language that he used when he did that, right?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
You're, I don't know how it made me feel, but I just thought I was going to jail.
Question as to relevance, Judge.
Objections overruled. Mr. Garcia, again, I cannot hear you and I'm just right here. I know the members of the jury are gonna have a hard time hearing you. You need to speak up.
I just thought I was going to go to jail.
You thought you were going to go to jail. Had you given him any reason to use the language that he used?
No,
Were you surprised by it?
I just thought I was going to jail.
All right. We're going to proceed from 2:40.
Here's what's going on. Okay?
What the fuck is
This is public housing. Okay? There's rules and regulations that need to be fucking followed. Okay? He's trespassed. Okay? He's trespassed. He has 5 warrants out for criminal trespassing. Okay? Judge already ripped his ass and told him not to be here. Guess what? He's here again. Okay? So again, I'm going to ask you, what are you doing here?
I'm looking for my keys. I was here visiting Butterfly.
At what time? What time did you leave at?
I just barely walked out the door and I'm looking for my keys because I can't find them anywhere. And I'm gonna let me know this.
Okay. So what is your name?
My name is Terry.
Is that really your name?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What's your last name?
Why?
Ma'am, I'm doing a fucking investigation. Do you have a trespasser here right
I
now?
didn't know that.
That's what I'm telling you. What is your last name?
Please go get my keys.
What is your last
Please go
name?
get my keys.
What is your last name?
It's Leva.
Okay. What is your date of birth? You
No, I
only do
I
this one
don't,
of two
I
ways.
don't have to answer this.
You do.
No, I don't.
You do.
Why?
You have to provide me with your name and date of birth. That is the
Why?
law. All right. If there's probable cause for as a crime being happening, he's already trespassed. That is my probable cause. Okay. Do you see what I'm saying, ma'am? Okay. How do you want to do this? I can either charge you.
6.
Listen to me. Okay. Don't make things fucking difficult for me. Okay. I've been doing this for the last 3 years. Okay. I know this area. I know cars that are supposed to fucking be here and cars that aren't supposed to be here. Okay. So let's not make this fucking difficult because I will really, really make your life a living hell. Do you hear me? Okay. I will tow your car. As a matter of fact.
No, you don't tow my car. I'm visiting her. She's allowed to have guests. So now,
She's allowed to have guests at certain times, ma'am.
I did not know that. She did not tell me that.
Okay? Again, that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Well, let me just
But
tell
if
she's
you
not
want to make things
going.
difficult,
No, I don't want
okay?
to make things difficult.
so hear me out. Okay? And just be quiet for like 10
I'm
seconds.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay?
Okay.
This is public housing.
Okay, I understand that.
There's rules and regulations that they
Okay.
sign when they first move
I
in.
understand that. I'm not the
Okay.
one breaking the rules.
Ma'am,
She is
you
then.
keep, obviously, okay? But still, you're here.
I
Okay?
to leave. I
It doesn't matter.
leave.
You're here and you don't live here. I know
Oh, I
that for a
found him.
fact.
I found him.
Okay? So listen to me.
Okay.
Okay? And please just be quiet.
Okay.
Okay? You're trespassing, number one.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Number two, okay? You're not allowed to be here past certain hours.
I did not know that.
Listen to me, okay? Can you just shut the fuck up, really, for 10 fucking seconds?
Why are you talking to me
Because
like
you don't
that?
listen. You don't listen. You're just like Jesus Garcia.
No,
You want to
I'm not.
argue all the time, okay? But you're not listening.
Can you just give me a
There's
pass
rules.
ticket and I'll go?
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Why not?
Okay? Number one, this car isn't drivable.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that closes. Okay? Number two,
It's not stolen. It's insured.
I didn't say it
it's
was stolen.
registered.
Okay? Okay? So you're trespassing though. Okay? There's
I
rules.
didn't know that.
I don't care if you know it or not. I'm telling you. And the fact that you're making it difficult, I'm asking you to fucking step out of the fucking car. That's resisting obstructing. Okay? Yeah. When I ask you to do something, you gotta step the fuck out. Okay? You understand?
Yes.
Okay. So next time you're here and you're visiting Butterfly at these strange fucking hours of the time, remember that. Rules and regulations.
Okay, I'm
You
sorry.
can't be
I'm
here past
sorry.
certain fucking
I'm
hours.
sorry. I'm sorry.
This is an elderly, disabled community.
I'm sorry.
That's why these rules and regulations are here.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
Yes.
So, again, what is your fucking name?
Be nice.
Yes, what's your name?
Hey,
Terry what?
Garcia.
Garcia, what's your date of birth?
That's his last name. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you just lied to me once
It's
already,
Terry
so
Leyva.
you're
It's
about
Terry
to get put in
Leyva. It's
handcuffs.
Terry Leyva.
Okay, thank you. What is your date of birth?
3/27/78.
So, Mr. Garcia, you lived with Miss Garcia, I'm sorry, with Miss Gomez for a few years, isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to learn during that time what her birth date was?
Yes.
And what
Aries.
was her birthday?
It was in March of 27th.
And what year?
Huh?
What year, if you know?
She was 42 or 42.
So that the birth date that she gave the defendant was correct then?
Yes,
Okay. You described earlier that that interaction was aggressive.
or she was Aries. Huh?
Earlier you had described that the interaction was aggressive.
Yes.
What specific parts of that language jumped out at you as being aggressive?
Just what was he saying was aggressive.
All right, is it specifically the foul language or the tone of voice? What was it?
Hold on, Mr. Medina, are you done with the video?
Yes.
All right, let's put the witness stand back on the monitor, turn on the lights. Mr. Garcia, again, the members of the jury cannot hear some of your answers. You need to look up and speak up.
I understand.
All right, so was it the language, the actual words, or was it the tone of voice or something else?
It was just aggressive.
And what I'm specifically asking, what parts of it did you perceive as aggressive?
The tone and the cussing.
Okay. And how did that make you feel when you're hearing that from inside the car?
I just thought I was going to jail.
All right. Mr. Garcia, after the defendant shot Miss Gomez, you had contact with the law enforcement officers.
Yes.
And did you tell them what happened?
Sustained. Ask another question.
Mr. Garcia, in your initial statement to law enforcement, you told them that you thought she had been tased.
Yes.
Okay, why did you tell them that?
Because earlier in the incident, he had his taser gun or taser.
All right, is there any other reason you thought she was tased as opposed to shot?
Why would he shoot her? So I thought it was tased.
Okay, you didn't think you had any reason to shoot her, so that's why you assumed it was a taser?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So, Mr. Garcia, were you scared of the defendant that day?
I'm just familiar with him.
And are you scared now? Hold on.
Mr. Lawon, anything? No.
Are you scared now?
It's different than scared. Yeah. I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, just help me understand what's going through your mind.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
All right. Are you nervous or?
Objection asked and answered.
Staying,
Leading.
ask another question, Mr. Medina. Mr. Medina, ask another question, please.
Sir, we've noticed that you're kind of looking down, that you're a little bit hunched over. Is there any reason for that?
I just have a feeling. Sorry.
I can't hear you, Mr. Garcia.
I just feel a certain way. That's it.
And how is that?
I don't know how to explain it. I'm okay though.
Well, help me understand.
Objection
You said
asked.
that you felt a certain way.
Objection sustained. Let's move on to another topic, Mr. Medina, please.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. Mr. Lawon, do you have questions for Mr. Garcia?
Yes. All right, so to be clear, Mr. Garcia, I'm going to ask you a series of questions, just like Mr. Medina did. You understand that it's just as important to be honest and complete in your answers to me as it was to Mr. Medina. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fair enough?
Mhm.
And if you don't understand a question I ask, just ask me to repeat it or phrase it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now, as I understand, you were actually on felony probation at the time of the incident.
No.
I thought that your conviction was 2019.
No.
When was your conviction?
That was 2000. I got 2009.
You were not on felony probation.
No.
Okay. So your main concern about going to jail was because of the warrants out of municipal court. Is that correct?
For trespass.
Okay. And that's muni court or municipal court. It used to be downtown. Now it's in the city hall.
I'm not too sure with that.
It
When
used
I
to-
go to court, I was incarcerated.
Oh, so they would transport you. Oh, you weren't watching. Okay. But it was the courtroom that's upstairs, great big courtroom. And Judge Flosa, bald-headed dude.
Yes.
Okay. And Judge Flosa had told you that you're not allowed to be at that housing authority address.
Yes. Stay away from it.
So, so you knew you weren't supposed to be there.
Yes.
Okay. And when you would see Officer Hernandez, I mean, if you had a chance, there were times when you would run and jump the fence into that RV park next door, right?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor.
Basis?
The relevance.
Objections overruled.
There were times when you'd run and jump that fence and get in that RV park and he couldn't get himself over that fence, right?
I don't know about that, but why would someone chase me down with the intercom yelling my name?
Okay. Is that what he did?
I don't know.
Chase you? Okay. So you don't remember it, but why was he chasing
I was
you?
trespassing. Yes.
Okay. And by trespassing, that means the housing authority itself didn't want you on that property.
Yes, but I did tell him that I have my belongings on the property. Yes.
So as I understand that paintball gun, you didn't get it from Butterfly or who? What's her boyfriend?
It was, they gave it to me before I left.
They gave you.
They offered it to me.
The paintball gun.
Yes.
So you were actually in Butterfly's house, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Why would she say that you weren't allowed in her house?
Gonna object. That's improper impeachment.
Objection sustained.
All right, were you with Terry and Butterfly going to Walgreens, doing all that stuff that night?
No,
Did you see that happen?
no.
How long had you been on the property that night when all this went down?
I don't remember.
An hour, 2 hours, all night?
I don't remember. It was cold out that night.
Is it October, about this time of year, correct?
Yeah, it was cold.
Okay. And you said your friend, you think his name was Alex, is that right?
No, I didn't say I think his name is Alex. His name's
Oh.
Alex.
You know his last name?
Coda, I don't know how to say it.
Okay. And then another friend named Lindsay.
That was the neighbor.
So you remember, you don't have to watch the video. You remember Ms. Gomez getting back in the car, right?
Yes,
And you're sitting in the passenger seat, you're freaked out because you think you're going to jail. Is that right?
yes, I thought I was gonna go to jail. I wasn't freaked out.
You hear her start the car, is that right?
Yes,
She doesn't close the driver's side door, does she?
I don't recall that.
You never shouted out to officer, you didn't tell her to stop, did you?
We're driving, the car stopped.
You never told her to stop when she was backing up with that car door open, did you?
I didn't tell her to stop.
You never shouted a warning to Officer Hernandez when Terry started up that car and started backing up with that door open.
It happened quick. I didn't have time to react or anything.
Because if she got out of there, you didn't have to go to jail, right?
I was gonna go
Back
to
to
jail.
argumentative.
Pass the
Objection
witness.
sustained.
Pass the witness.
I thought I was
Thank
gonna go to jail anyway.
Mr. Medina, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Questions from the jury? A few. Mr. Garcia, did you need some more water?
Yes, please.
Okay. You got them all? Josh, will you get the witness some more water, please? You may approach. Mr. Garcia, I have
Yes.
some questions from the jury. I will ask them of you. The first question, did you believe that you were being let go or allowed to leave?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Yes. Did you believe that you were being let go or allowed to leave?
Um, I was just sitting there.
Next question. Please explain in detail your previous interactions with Officer Hernandez.
Stay off the property.
Why did he tell you not to return to this property?
Because I wasn't allowed on the property for trespassing. Yeah.
When did he tell you?
Yeah, before it was like the 5th time, something like that.
It was before this incident?
Yes.
How were the prior interactions with Hernandez, Officer Hernandez? Was he civil?
Most of the time, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Medina, do you have any follow-up questions based on the questions from the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lahan,
No, Your Honor.
anybody else from the jury have a question? All right, Mr. Medina, may this witness be excused or subject to recall?
He may be excused.
Mr. Lahan,
No
Oh.
objection.
My apologies, Your Honor. Subject to recall.
thank you. Mr. Garcia, your testimony is completed for now.
Okay.
The state has asked that you be subject to recall, so they may call you back as a witness later. Therefore, you are not to discuss your testimony with anybody else, although you may discuss your testimony with the attorneys in this case, so long as all the attorneys are present. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. You're free to leave the courtroom. You are subject to recall. Mr. Medina,
Isaac Guerrero, Your Honor.
bring in Officer Guerrero, Isaac Guerrero.
Yes, Judge.
Diana, you want to? You're welcome. Officer Guerrero, come forward, please. Good morning. Would you do me a favor? Raise your right hand. Do you promise or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of law? Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Medina.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, if you would please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for us.
Yes, Isaac Guerrero, last name spelled Guerrero.
All right. Sir, how are you currently employed?
With the Las Cruces Police Department,
And how long have you been employed as an officer with LCPD?
about 2.5 years.
All right. I'm here to ask you some questions about October 3rd, 2023. Do you recall that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty?
Yes, sir.
Were you in any specialized or specific capacity that day?
Can you be specific?
Were you in training?
Yes, sir.
Who is your field training officer?
At the time, it was Officer Aguilera.
All right. Do you recall being dispatched to 1356 Burley Court?
We weren't necessarily dispatched, but we headed to the,
Okay, so you recall responding to Burley Court?
yes, sir.
Okay. Were you driving or were you the passenger or something else?
I was the driver, sir.
All right. When you arrived at the address on Burley Court, what happened?
We dismounted from the vehicle. I parked to block off that intersection of Idaho and Burley, and then we ran up to the scene.
All right. What did you see when you got there?
When I got there, I saw a vehicle facing, I believe, west, and I saw an officer and working on a female who was on the floor.
Yeah, and which officer was that?
believe that was Officer Alvarez.
Okay, what actions did you take at that time?
So I was told to separate the passenger who was in the car, set him off to the side, and started gathering a statement.
All right, did you, so what was the passenger's name?
I believe it's Mr. Garcia.
Jesus Garcia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you conduct a search of Mr. Garcia's person?
Yes, sir.
When you conducted that search, what were you looking for?
Any kind of weapons or anything of that nature?
All right, did you find anything of note?
Yes.
What did you find?
So he had parts of, it was like a frame that looked like a frame to some kind of like a firearm, and as well as like a trigger assembly, if that makes sense, and a couple other random parts.
Okay, when you found this, were you able to determine what they were pieces of?
Not necessarily.
Were they made of plastic or metal or something else?
They looked like they were made of plastic.
Okay. So was that consistent with a paintball gun or a firearm?
Yes.
What
Oh,
was-
I'm sorry, with the paintball gun.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, Officer Guerrero, I've handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as states number 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what is photographed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Permission, sorry, the state moves for admission of states number 19.
Mr. Lahan,
No objection.
without objection, State's Exhibit 19 is admitted into evidence. Did you wish to publish to the jury?
Yes, Judge.
You may.
All right. So we're here looking at states number 19. You described a receiver and a trigger assembly for what's consistent with a paintball gun. Is that what's displayed here?
Yes, sir.
And we see it's kind of on the ground laid out. Is that, how did it get to this position?
I took it out of his person.
And you placed it on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this was, and then the scene was preserved and this was photographed by another officer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So after speaking with Mr. Garcia and removing this firearm from his person, did you have any further involvement with this investigation?
No, I was just told to separate him a little further from the scene and just stay with him until I was relieved of duty.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you. Get the lights, Josh. Mr. Lahan, any cross-examination of Officer Guerrero?
No, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Anybody from the jury have a question for Officer Guerrero? Not seeing any. Mr. Medina, may this witness be excused or subject to recall?
He may be excused.
Mr. Lahan?
No objection.
Without objection. Officer Guerrero, your testimony is completed. Thank you for being here. Have a good day. Be safe.
Thank you.
Mr. Medina,
State calls Dr. Dvorak.
please bring in Dr. Dvorak. Good morning, doctor. Come on up to the witness stand, please. Would you please raise your right hand for me? Do you promise or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of law? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Right.
When you're ready, Mr. Medina.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, if you would please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for us.
Certainly. My name is Dr. Lauren Dvorak. Last name is Dvorak, D as in David, V as in Victor, O-R-S-C-A-K.
So Dvorak, so I've been pronouncing it incorrectly.
It's okay.
Okay. Doctor, what is your position?
I am the Deputy Chief Medical Investigator for the state of New Mexico. That means I'm a forensic pathologist who works at the Office of the Medical Investigator.
All right. What is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a medical doctor who's had training in at least anatomic pathology. So they've done training in learning what disease is, essentially, and then gone on to further subspecialize their training in how disease applies to cause and manner of death, which is forensic pathology.
Okay. And what is the purpose of doing this work with that you do?
Okay, so we are mandated by state statute to investigate any sudden, unexpected, otherwise unexplained, or what we call unattended deaths, meaning there isn't a family physician essentially to sign a death certificate. So our job is essentially to perform medical examinations if necessary to determine cause and manner of death for the state.
Okay. Dr. Dvorak, how long have you been the deputy director there at the OMI?
So I've been with OMI, including my fellowship, which was a training year, for 10 years now, and I've been deputy chief since 2020, so
Right.
5 years now.
And prior to that, you went to medical school.
Correct.
Where did you go to medical school?
At Indiana University School of Medicine.
Okay. And you graduated?
I graduated with my MD in, hold on, I have to think, 2011, which is when I came to New Mexico and trained at the University of New Mexico Health Sciences Center in anatomic and clinical pathology. That was a 4-year training program, at the conclusion of which in 2015, I went on to subspecialize at the Office of the Medical Investigator in forensic pathology.
All right. Do you have any other training as it regards to doing this work, this postmortem work that you do?
Aside from the fellowship, no specific training that is what we call board certified.
All right. And are you board certified?
Yes.
Do these, the techniques that you employ when you're conducting autopsies, are they generally accepted by folks in your field?
Yes.
Have you been qualified to testify as an expert before?
Yes.
In New Mexico?
Yes.
How many times?
Approaching 70.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in any other states?
Just in federal court.
In federal court?
But always in New Mexico.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state's gonna proffer Dr. Dvorak as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Mr. Lahan? Without objection, Dr. Dvorak will be recognized as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, an expert witness is a witness who by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education has become an expert in any subject. An expert witness may be permitted to state an opinion as to that subject. You should consider each expert opinion and the reasons stated for the opinion, giving them such weight as you think they deserve. You may reject an opinion entirely if you conclude that it is unsound. Mr. Medina, you may proceed.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dvorak, help me understand the work you did with regard to the postmortem examination of Teresa Gomez, who died on October 3rd, 2023.
So I was not involved in the initial autopsy or supervision of the fellow who performed the case. That was Dr. Sofia Rodriguez, who supervised Dr. David Negretti. So I became aware of this case when I was what's called reassigned, because both of those doctors are no longer with the Office of the Medical Investigator. They are now in different states practicing elsewhere.
All right, let me ask you this, Dr. Dvorak. Is it normal for doctors in the employ of the Office of the Medical Investigator to leave and take other jobs?
Yes.
Is that because the University of New Mexico Office of the Medical Examiner is a teaching situation, or is there some other reasons for that?
Most often it's because the fellows do their year of fellowship, they graduate, and they go on and find a job elsewhere.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
say, doctor, this isn't the first time you're testifying about uh, an autopsy that another doctor in your office performed.
Correct.
Okay, so when when a case gets reassigned, what actions do you take to familiarize yourself with what happened?
Certainly. So I review the case file, and that entails reviewing the computed tomography scan. I review the scene investigation information that we have in the case file. I review the scene and autopsy photographs. I review the objective portions of the autopsy report and compare them to the autopsy photographs that I see to make my own judgments about what I view the injuries to be, what I view the potential cause and manner of death to be. And only at that point do I review the rest of the autopsy report, seeing what the conclusions of the original pathologist are.
And are you, my apologies. So you're reviewing the objective data that's created during this process?
Correct.
Okay. Are you also familiar with the policies and procedures that your office have in place to ensure the accuracy of these reports?
Yes.
Okay. And is one of the things that you determine whether these policies and procedures were followed?
Yes, the standard procedures appear to be followed based on viewing all of the file.
Okay. So when you are reviewing all of the objective data or the raw data, did everything related to this investigation look like it was done according to those policies and procedures?
Yes.
And did everything else look like it was in place?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So was there any reason when you were reviewing the raw data and when you were reviewing the objective evidence in the photographs that you described, was there any reason for you to believe that any part of those steps that were taken were inappropriate?
No.
Okay. So after reviewing all of that objective material, all of those photographs, were you able to come to your own independent conclusion as to cause of death?
Yes.
And were you able to come to your own independent conclusion as to the injuries that Ms. Gomez received?
Yes.
All right. All right, thank you. So as part of your investigation, are you able to determine Ms. Gomez's date of birth?
As I don't remember what her date of birth was, but that is part of in the case file. Yes.
And how old was she at the time of her death?
I believe she was 45.
Okay. Can you just describe her physically? Like, how tall was she?
Again, I would have to refer to the specific height that was recorded as part of the case file, but I don't recall offhand.
Okay. Is there a part of, would looking at the OMI report help refresh your recollection as to the height?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
All right. So I'm having you, or I'm showing you part of the report. If you can take a look at that and let me know if your memory's refreshed, and then I'll retrieve the document and ask you questions about it.
Yes.
All right. Is your memory now refreshed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So how tall was Teresa Gomez?
About 150 centimeters or 155. Is that what it said?
So it's 150-ish?
Ish. Yes.
Okay. So how tall is that in, like, if somebody was standing straight up? Like,
She's average height for a woman, an average weight.
all right.
So she had a normal body mass index.
Okay. Aside from, I don't want to get into the injuries yet. Was there anything else about Ms. Gomez's body or her person that was alarming to you that might have contributed to her death?
Just the injury.
Okay, so let's talk about the injury. What injuries, what injuries did you conclude Ms. Gomez suffered that day?
So visible on the autopsy photographs is an injury on the left side of the back, sort of on the left lateral side of the chest, as it wraps around towards the back. There is what we call an atypical gunshot wound. It's a large gaping wound in that area. And then the right side of her chest, there is an area of bruising. And underneath the bruising was where a projectile was recovered. So there is a gunshot wound pathway through the chest from the left side to the right. In addition, there's some smaller injuries associated with that gunshot wound, sort of more towards the front of the chest, more anteriorly on the front. Those are small, and they recovered some projectile fragments from those. The other injury that I can see is one of medical intervention. So there is a partially sutured incision where a chest tube was placed. And that's part of medical intervention and life-saving measures.
Okay. Doctor, I'm gonna hand you what I've marked for identification as State's Exhibit 22. Do you recognize that as being one of the photographs that you reviewed?
I do recognize this photograph.
Right, and is that a fair and accurate production of the photograph that was provided in the case file?
Yes, this is one of the scene photographs.
All right. State moves for admission of State's number 22.
Mr. Lawson,
No objection.
without objection, State's Exhibit 22 is admitted into evidence. Did you wish to publish to the jury? Yes. Josh, lights, please.
So, Dr. Dvorak, you had described kind of a abnormal gunshot wound. What was abnormal about what we're looking at here in State's number 22?
So you can kind of see, it's hard to get your bearings exactly where you're looking, but this is the gunshot wound on the left side of the back. What's atypical and an appearance about it is that it's a large gaping wound. It's not nice round, like a bullet typically going through the skin will push the skin in a nice round hole if it's coming in at the angle that you typically fire. When it's tumbling or it's hit something else first, often it will make a larger gaping appearance, a more tumbling appearance, and it doesn't have that nice, smooth, perfectly punctate look to it. The other piece of that is that there's a sort of partially circumferential, it's not all the way around the wound, what we call a marginal abrasion or an area of skin scrape. So as a bullet enters the skin, it scrapes the skin and it takes a piece of that skin with it. In this case, because it's not a nice, clean entrance, that potential tumbling effect causes the abrasion around where it's scraping the skin to be a little asymmetric. And that's what I mean by atypical. But this is still an entrance gunshot wound.
All right. Thank you. I'm finished with the doc cam. Okay. So you described earlier that the entrance wound was on the upper left back, and you described a wound path across the chest. Can we get into that in more detail?
Certainly.
Okay, so the bullet entered the left back, and what did it run into once it entered Ms. Gomez's body?
Certainly. So it entered the left side of the back right around the left 7th rib area. So it fractures the 7th rib. It goes through the left lung. It fractures the front part of the thoracic spine at T9. It perforates the right lung, and it fractures the right rib 6. It almost exits. Again, there's a bruise where you can almost see it sticking almost out from underneath the skin on the right side of the chest, right around that rib 6 area.
And did you retrieve that projectile from her body?
It was retrieved by the individuals doing the examination.
Okay. Dr. Dvorak, is there a way for the Office of the Medical Investigator to determine the range of fire?
So if we see things on the skin or on the clothing that help us with range of fire, we may be able to give an idea of the range.
What types of things are those?
Okay, so a muzzle imprint, if the barrel of the gun is pressed up against the skin at the time of the firing, contusion or abrasion that looks like the shape of the muzzle can show, and that's what's called a contact range of fire. There's often soot also in the wound in that. As the muzzle of the gun or the barrel of the gun is farther and farther away from the skin, the things that come out of the gun with the projectile, like soot, unburned gunpowder particles, those things can actually deposit on the skin surrounding the wound. So in a matter of, typically in a simple handgun, in a matter of inches, you may see soot and maybe early gunpowder stippling or powder tattooing around that. As you move farther away, inches to feet kind of a thing, you get less soot or no soot and just that powder tattooing. And then as you move farther and farther away, feet, you can get nothing deposited on the skin surrounding the entry wound.
Okay. Was there any deposits or tattooing that you described present on Ms. Gomez's body?
So photographs of the clothing don't show me any evidence of unburned gunpowder particles. I can't see soot on them because they're black. And then photographs of the skin surrounding the wound before being cleaned, like you saw in that other photograph, and after cleaning, don't show me any evidence of soot, unburned gunpowder particles, or powder tattooing. So I can't really tell how far away that gun was, because the other thing that can prevent deposits on the skin are things like intermediary objects.
Okay, so suffice it to say, you're not able to make a determination as to the range of fire in this instance.
Correct.
Okay. So earlier we described we described her as being about 152 centimeters tall.
Yes.
Do you remember how much it was that she weighed?
I was around 52 kilograms, I believe, 50 kilograms, something like that.
If you know, how much is that in like pounds?
I know the conversion is 2.2. If somebody has a calculator, that's the way to do it.
Okay. So to figure that out, it would take 52 times 2.2.
Yes.
So 100
and something.
115 or something like that. Okay. And 152 centimeters long, there's approximately 30 centimeters in a foot, right?
I don't recall the conversion for that.
Okay. All right. So, but a safe bet, about 5 feet tall, about a $1.15, $1.20.
Yeah, she's average.
Okay. So you described the wound path and you described bruising on the right side.
Yes.
So help me understand how the right side bruising came to be.
So there's a projectile right underneath that contusion in the skin. So hemorrhage into the tissues surrounding that will give the appearance of a bruise.
Okay, so it's different than like if I bump my arm on the table and I get a bruise. It's caused from the internal contact of the projectile with the skin.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Dvorak, during your review, were you able to come to an independent conclusion as to the cause of Teresa Gomez's death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Gunshot wound of the chest.
All right. And those wounds that you described, the perforated lungs, the shattered ribs, the I guess broken vertebrae, could those have been survivable?
It's a difficult question. I couldn't say whether they could be survivable or not. She had a large amount of blood in both of her chest cavities, which was associated with the wound trajectory. So certainly these wounds are lethal through both lungs. causing air and blood collections in the chest cavities.
Okay. Were you able to make a determination as to the manner of death?
The manner of death was homicide.
All right. And what's the difference according to your the way that your office works these cases? What's the difference between a cause of death and a manner of death?
So a cause of death is an injury, poisoning, natural disease processes that ultimately starts a chain of events that culminates in death. That's the cause. So that cause can be a number of different things versus the manner of death, which is how that cause came about. And for that, we only have 5 options, and we use the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's definitions of those, which are also published by our National Association of Medical Examiners. And so those definitions are natural, or those, natural, homicide, suicide, accident, or when I don't know, I use undetermined.
Right. And in order for something to be classified as a homicide, what types of things have to be present?
So a homicide defined by the Center of Disease Control and Prevention are a voluntary act performed by another person that results in fear, harm, or death of an individual.
Okay. May I have a second? Your Honor?
You may.
All right, doctor. You testified about 150 centimeters. Are you aware of what the conversion is from centimeters to inches or inches to feet?
My whole life's in metric. I don't typically,
Okay.
I don't know that conversion off the top of my head now.
Okay. But you had described earlier the conversion from kilograms to pounds, which is
2.2.
2.2.
I'll multiply it by 2.2.
So if she weighed 52 kilograms, then I would take 52 times 2.2 to figure out her weight in pounds.
Yes.
Okay. So 52 times 2.2 would equal 114.4. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
Or, well, that sounds about right. I can't do the math in my head, but
And you said that her body mass index was normal.
yes, I believe it was like 22
So we're talking then about
squared.
130 centimeters tall. Like, how tall am I in centimeters, if you had to guess?
About 175, maybe?
Okay. I'm in because I think in America, and I'm trying to make this make sense in my brain, right? I'm about 5'7". So somebody that was 150 centimeters would be several inches shorter than me.
Yes.
Okay. About, would you estimate at 152 centimeters long, about 5 foot, pretty close to 5 foot even?
I can't say. I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dvorak. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. Mr. Lahan, any questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Good morning, Dr. Dvorak. I think I've met you before in another trial down the hallway, down that way, I guess. A toxicology report was issued in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what a toxicology report is?
So toxicology report is something we do in cases that have a clear cause and manner of death, but have some vested interest in knowing that for public health purposes. So a toxicology report takes the blood from the decedent and we send it off to a lab, which performs an analytical panel typically of substances of abuse, and then gives us a report about what they found in that blood.
And then you include the report in the autopsy report.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that that report is a public record of your office?
So we don't produce that report, but it is referred to and given out by our office, yes.
And do you recall if any substances of abuse were found during the toxicology analysis of Ms. Gomez?
Objection, Your Honor. And can we approach?
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, I've told you we usually take our lunch breaks at 12. How are you guys doing with snacks in there? Did you guys run out already? Raise your hands if we've run out of snacks. We have run out of snacks. All right. Good job. Seat one. The reason I asked, I know there's scheduling needs with this witness. So I'm gonna keep you guys here a little bit longer, but I'm gonna make up for it. And I'm gonna give you your hour and a half lunch anyway. So I promise you that. And now I'm gonna ask my administrative assistant to gather some more snacks to tide you over till we get you out of here for lunch. But I'm gonna give you guys a quick break because we need to talk about some things. So I'm gonna give you guys about a 10-minute recess, okay? And then we'll bring you back. Please stand for this jury. You may be seated, everyone. Marcella will be bringing them snacks, so get with Marcella for some more snacks. Mr. Lahan, I need a favor. When we're at the bench talking about things and you start walking away, we can't hear any more argument because you're walking away. You need to either ask or let me know. You, Judge, I need to go get some water. I need to retrieve my laptop. But that was done 2 or 3 times. And please, I would prefer not to have to wait while we're having bench conferences.
Yes, Judge.
All right. So the issue we've been talking about, anything else, Mr. Medina, as far as the issue on the toxicology report?
No, Your Honor, I believe we've stated our positions.
Okay. Mr. Lahan, anything else?
Yes, there were additional issues brought up. I think it was Mr. Macias that brought up the fact that, oh, it's different definition under IPRA. And Judge, I just have to say, and I know I'm just saying this for the record, but this is becoming breed level prosecutorial misconduct. The district attorney, the chief law enforcement officer of this district should know the regulations that deal with the very topic of the exhibits and
Mr. Lahan, the administrative code rules and regulations talk about what is a public record.
Yes,
May I finish?
yes.
Thank you. A public record is defined by the administrative code by state statute, I'm assuming, for various reasons. Whether something's a public record or not, a public record can be relevant material for a case. It cannot be relevant material for a case. A public record can be admitted under the rules of evidence. A public record can not be admitted under the rules of evidence. So that's, I believe, what my main understanding of that is. The question here is whether the toxicology report is relevant and material to this case. I agree that it is relevant and material. So the toxicology report is relevant material to talk about. I have not seen it on an exhibit list of either party. Am I incorrect or correct about that?
You're correct, Judge.
Mr. Lahan, did you provide it as an exhibit for the defense?
No, Your Honor, I was going to refer to it and mark it for demonstrative purposes, much like.
It's not a demonstrative aid. If you want to refresh the recollection of a
Yes.
witness, you can use it in that manner. That's what the rules of evidence permit.
Yes.
All right. So now the second issue that Mr. Medina has raised is whether or not this witness can testify based on her. In this case, she's been designated an expert in the field of forensic pathology. Mr. Medina, it's your belief that this would require an individual with training in chemicals, or I forget the term you referenced.
Forensic toxicology, Your Honor, if I may. In instances where the state is trying to prove that, for example, somebody was operating a motor vehicle while under the influence of methamphetamine, the way that we would prove that is to proffer an expert, and our local experts are from the Toxicology Bureau. And though those folks are forensic toxicologists who study the effects of methamphetamine or whatever other substances on the human body, the way that they affect living people, the way that they affect behavior, the way that they affect driving behavior in most instances. And that's a specialized
Field.
yes, Your Honor. And I wouldn't call somebody from the Office of the Medical Investigator to go testify in a DWI any more than I would call a forensic toxicologist from the Toxicology Bureau to testify about manner and cause of death.
Okay.
Those are different levels, different areas of expertise.
Anything else?
If I can just very briefly, not at this time, I would like to address the court before the jury comes back in, though.
No, we'll give you that opportunity. Mr. Lahan, on the issue of this witness being qualified, I haven't heard anything as far as any experience or training as a toxicologist. Mr. Lahan.
Your Honor, she has testified before in this very courthouse to the toxicology results during an autopsy. She has the expertise to talk about the general effects of methamphetamine and amphetamine on a body. She is not able to talk about therapeutic levels or to talk about exact levels or anything, but the fact is, toxicology was performed in this case. It is admissible, it is relevant material, and this witness has been qualified and is qualified based upon her education, training, and experience.
I'd like to hear from the witness regarding that training and experience. Mr. Lahan, will you please lay a foundation or questions of this witness regarding the subject of toxicology results and the effects of those chemicals?
I don't know.
Okay, doctor, you understand what we're arguing about. Have you testified in court before regarding toxicology results?
Yes.
And were you qualified as an expert to be able to give opinions about toxicology results?
So I was qualified as an expert in forensic pathology, and part of our forensic pathology is understanding how certain drugs can cause death. So there are toxicological causes of death. In this case specifically, I'm not looking for a toxicological cause of death because there's a clear injury with clear bleeding that caused the death. So we do this more as public health reporting. And so I understand the physiologic effects of the drugs as how they would cause death. I am not versed necessarily in how they would act on somebody who's living and what their behaviors may be. I can say that this drug in general could cause these behaviors, but I cannot say that this person exhibited those.
And you've been allowed to testify specifically in this courthouse, you've been allowed to specify just that way, regarding the general effects of methamphetamine or amphetamine.
Yes, I have testified on the general effects of
Can
drugs
you-
before.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Can you imagine being a forensic pathologist without having a deep knowledge or certainly a good working knowledge of toxicology and all that's involved in that?
I'm going to object, asked and answered.
Objections overruled. Did you understand the question, doctor? Restate your question, Mr. Lahan.
Could you imagine doing what you do for a living without understanding toxicology?
Well, certainly I have to have some level of understanding of it because overdoses do kill people. So that is part of my job, aside from finding injury.
And I guess we need it. Could you tell us exactly your training and education with regard to drugs of abuse?
Part of the Forensic Pathology Fellowship focuses on understanding how toxicological causes of death.
Can you pass into whatever the certification is to become a forensic pathologist without being tested or having knowledge of toxicology?
No, toxicological causes of death are tested on as part of our training.
Does the court need more?
Doctor, my main thing is when you say you've testified in prior trials regarding the general effects of drugs, narcotics,
Mhm.
etc. That's based on your training through medical school?
I mean, through all of it, medical school, residency, with the clinical pathology, and then fellowship is mostly where I get that training piece for how drugs kill people.
Understood, but in this case, I think the evidence being sought is regarding questions regarding the drugs, if there are drugs involved in an individual, how they affect that individual while they're still alive. Is that something you have expertise in?
I could not say how this level of drug, what this level means for her while still alive. I can't say that. So I wouldn't be able to testify to say whether she exhibited certain behaviors or not.
Mr. Lahan?
Have you been able to testify though, and all I'm asking for is the general information that was provided in the toxicology report, that methamphetamine can cause restlessness, hallucinations, and irrational behavior. Would you be able to say that based upon your training, education, experience?
Right. As a medical examiner, I focus more on the physiological effects, the increased heart rate, the high blood pressure, those sorts of things, because that's what I'm looking for a cause of death. But yes, we do get reports from NMS that say that methamphetamine can cause these behaviors
And that's
in general.
The NMS report is part of the toxicology report disclosed in this case.
Yes.
Do you have the report there?
Yes.
Have you seen that, doctor? The report?
Yes, I have reviewed it as part of the case file.
Can you take it out? Can I see a copy of that, please? Mr. Medina, did you get a copy of this?
I have it, Judge.
That's for me, Josh. She's got her own copy. No. Leave her. Give me that copy. You got it. All right, for the record, I am reviewing a document from NMS Labs located in Horsham, Pennsylvania. And it's entitled Toxicology Report issued October 26, 2023. It identifies a patient named Teresa Gomez and a patient ID number 2023-07132. Doctor, do you have the same document?
Yes.
And it shows that this toxicology report was sent to New Mexico Office of Medical Investigators. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's where you work?
Yes.
Okay. So did anybody from your office prepare this?
No.
So the information contained, Mr. Lahan, you're referencing information in this report about how an individual,
The general side effects of consuming either amphetamine or methamphetamine.
what page is that on?
The second page of what I handed you, disclosure 840.
And which paragraph? There's one reference comment, two reference comment.
Yes, Judge, it'll be in the first paragraph.
Under one? Okay,
Under number, yes.
so we're on page 2, disclosure mark number 0840 at the bottom right. Reference comments, amphetamine, heart blood. Do you see that, doctor?
Yes.
Did you review this toxicology report as part of your reviewing of the case file?
Yes.
Okay. This paragraph, I'm reading it and it sounds like an explanation of amphetamine, parens, Adderall, Dexedrine. Does that appear correct? Is it just like a definition or explanation?
So in this paragraph, if I may, so what you're looking at is under amphetamine. Amphetamine is the breakdown product of methamphetamine. So that's basically if somebody took Adderall alone and didn't have a parent drug on top of that. So we're dealing with methamphetamine, so I would actually refer you to number 2, paragraph 2, where
Okay,
they talk about methamphetamine, because that's the parent drug and that's what's active in this case right now. And that basically the second paragraph is, I think, what is being referred to about things that can cause violent or irrational behavior in methamphetamine abusers.
this paragraph that I begin reads a peak blood concentration of, and then it goes on to list certain
Blood levels.
blood levels, and then have been reported in people who exhibit certain characteristics. Is that information from the individual who prepared this toxicology report?
I believe they use a reference material just saying in general what methamphetamine can do. Again, it doesn't prove that this individual at this level would cause that behavior.
So this is a general understanding of the field of toxicology.
Yes.
Based on your training and experience that you've received, would you be able to either say that this opinion as stated in this document is true and correct?
Again, my expertise is in the dead, so I don't necessarily know. I can't extrapolate necessarily what they would have been acting like as a living, but I have seen this paragraph in almost every single NMS report that has methamphetamine on board.
Understood. Mr. Lon, any follow-up questions based on the court's questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Medina, any follow-up questions based on the court's questions?
If I may, Your Honor.
You may.
Dr. Dvorak, does your expertise encompass how methamphetamine levels present in the toxicology report in this case, whether they were within therapeutic levels, or can you offer any opinion about how it was affecting her?
No, again, I can't really say what this level of methamphetamine meant for her while she was alive.
Okay. All right. Thank you, doctor. I don't have any further questions. So basically, anything you could say about the methamphetamine levels in Teresa Gomez's blood would be purely speculation.
It would basically be that this is what it's known to cause physiologically, but that's basically it. I can't say what it meant for her. And in this case, for me as a forensic pathologist, it is not relevant to her cause and manner of death.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you. You may return to your seat, Mr. Medina. Any other argument on the issue, Mr. Lon?
No.
Mr. Medina?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to renew our argument that this witness does not have the requisite expertise, that without that expertise on how methamphetamine affects the living, these numbers are going to be confusing to the jury and not helpful to the jury to make their determinations. Additionally, just renew our objection that this is substantially more prejudicial than probative, especially in light of the fact that that this witness is not going to be able to testify how this level of methamphetamine affected Ms. Gomez.
Understood. All right, on the request from defense counsel, Mr. Lon, I'm going to allow you to ask questions of this witness regarding the toxicology report, as far as what the findings of the report are. As far as the information in page 2, disclosure 0840, paragraph 2, regarding the information in the paragraph that begins with peak blood concentration, the court's going to grant the state's request. This witness will not be permitted to testify regarding an individual with this level found in the report, as far as how that would cause an individual to their behavior, mannerisms, and actions. I believe that would be something more suitable for a expert in the field of forensic toxicology, which either party had the opportunity to subpoena and call as a witness in this case. Does Mr. Lon, do you understand the court's ruling?
I do, Judge, and just to be clear, because I'm obviously making a record, I had intended simply to ask this witness whether she was aware of the physiological effects of methamphetamine, and I would have expected a very general response. And I think the jury is smart enough to understand that they are being told a general response. I also, again, want to state for the record that well, nothing else for the record.
Mr. Medina, do you understand the court's ruling?
I do, Your Honor. It's the state's position that, without context, the number that's presented in this report is confusing to the jury. We'd ask that the levels not be reported to the jury.
Understood. Your request is denied. I'm going to allow it. It's part of the autopsy report. This document is part of that report. She's testified regarding the report. Therefore, this is a part of the report. So he gets to ask her questions about it. This document is not an exhibit. It doesn't get published to the jury. It doesn't get admitted into evidence. It's solely there in the event that the doctor needs to refresh her recollection regarding specific questions contained in the findings of the report, solely the numeric findings. Any questions, Mr. Lahan or Mr. Medina?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Can you get the jury, get them ready?
And Judge, there is one other thing I want to address.
Hold on. Yes, sir.
Just because a reference was made to Breed and prosecutorial misconduct.
I withdraw that comment.
Let him finish. Don't interrupt people again, Mr. Lahan. That's
I understand.
too often. I'm sorry, Mr. Medina. You may continue.
Thank you, and I appreciate the representation just now from Mr. Lahan. Breed is for when evidence is being suppressed by the state, which is a lot different than it's a lot different than there isn't any question about the disclosure of this item. It was disclosed properly. Everyone had it. Everyone was aware of it. And not fighting about the admissibility of a certain document is a lot different than the state suppressing evidence that's material to the defense. It wasn't suppressed; it was proffered, and we're stating our position to try and make sure because we believe it's not admissible. Arguing that it shouldn't be shown to the jury is a lot different than what's contemplated in Breed.
Understood. So noted. All right. Anything else, Mr. Medina?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Are we ready? Is the state ready to bring in the jury?
We are.
Is the defense ready to bring in the jury?
Yes.
Bring him in, Josh. All rise to the jury. Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Lahan, you may continue your examination of this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Dvorak, I believe I just asked you, was a analysis of Ms. Gomez's blood analyzed in this particular case?
Yes, blood was sent to an outside lab, analyzed for common substances.
And why was that?
So for our practices, it's a matter of public health reporting. Anybody who dies of a unexpected death or suddenly of an injury has what's called a non-pending panel. I'm not waiting for the results of the toxicology to determine cause and manner of death. I have an injury that's clear that caused death in this case. So it's a non-pending toxicology. for public health reporting purposes.
And why don't you do, is that something you guys can do in your lab or your, not operating rooms, the morgue or whatever you call it up there? Is it something that you can do on premises?
No.
Why do you send it to an outside lab?
Because currently our non-pending toxicology can't go to the state lab because they don't have the accreditation for forensic postmortem testing.
Okay, so normally in years past, OMI would ship this off to Scientific Labs Division, is that correct?
We just send it upstairs, yes.
Okay, correct. But now it's sent somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it sent?
I believe it's called National Medical Services, but we call it NMS Labs.
And is that something, I mean, do you have a list of people you can send it to, or did some higher ups make that determination that that's where you guys are gonna send the blood, or do you know?
They're a nationally reputable lab that does a lot of testing for forensics across the country in our type of postmortem testing. So they specialize in postmortem testing essentially. So we chose that lab and sent it to them.
And based upon your familiarizing yourself with the records that were created in this case and the procedures followed by the other two doctors, did you become familiar with the results of Ms. Gomez's toxicology report?
Yes.
And what if anything was found?
The substances found were methamphetamine and its breakdown product, amphetamine.
I know you're a doctor and you're really, really smart, but are you able to testify as to the effects of methamphetamine on a body?
Gonna object. That's
Objection sustained.
Okay. Let's go to the manner of death. Okay, so you were talking with the state or during your direct examination about the OMI determines cause of death. And I guess that means what really happened that made the heart stop in the ultimate analysis. That's the cause of what made the heart stop, the brain stopped working. And then you also determined manner, and you said it was homicide, accident. What were the other ones?
Certainly. So homicide, accident, suicide, natural, or undetermined, meaning don't know.
And I've asked this question of you before, and it was flipped when I would ask you this. The fact that you or the doctors performing the autopsy, that they determined that the manner of death was homicide, that's not a legal courtroom judgment, is it?
Correct.
Okay. So you're not making a determination of whether a killing was in self-defense or not.
Correct.
You're not making a judgment about whether an officer is justified in killing somebody, are you?
Correct.
And in fact, I'm sure you've worked many cases where officers have been involved in killing somebody. OMI labeled it a homicide, but either that officer never got charged or was found not guilty at trial.
gonna object to relevance, Your Honor.
I can rephrase to make it clear.
You're gonna withdraw the question and
Yes.
yes, that was a very
I know.
complex,
Okay.
convoluted question. I saw doctor's expression, so restate it.
Let's put it this way. Have you worked cases in which you're aware that an officer has caused the death of the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, I have worked police involved, either restraint cases, shootings, et cetera, before.
Okay. Have you gone to court and testified at a criminal trial for every one of those autopsies that you did?
Not everyone, no.
Okay. Because sometimes officers aren't charged, sometimes you just don't.
Gonna object to speculation.
Objection sustained.
But the bottom line is the manner of death isn't any kind of judgment call other than to say, it was intentional, it was, caused by somebody else, and it caused the death.
So I would say it's a volitional act. And it's basically, our definition is death at the hands of another.
Thank you very much. Pass the witness.
Mr. Medina, anything else from this witness?
Nothing further from this witness,
Do
Your Honor.
any members of the jury have questions for this? We have one in the back. Thank you. Approach, please. All right, the court has received questions from members of the jury. After reviewing the questions, ladies and gentlemen, the parties and the court agrees that these questions will not be asked of this witness at this time. All right. Mr. Medina, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lahan?
No.
Doctor, your testimony is completed. Thank you so much. Safe travels.
Thank you.
We're going to recess for lunch at this time, Mr. Medina, Mr. Lahan. I'm going to bring the jury back at 2 o'clock. Give you guys your hour and a half lunch break. And we'll be back with the bailiff where he needs you to report at 2 o'clock. And once everybody's here, we'll get started with this afternoon. Just so that you jury members are aware, I have a 4 p.m. meeting today. So we will end probably at 3:50, 3:55. They made me the chief judge for some reason here. So I've got to do an audit meeting with our auditors, which I was told I cannot miss. So that's why we're finishing early today. All right. Please stand for this jury. Oh, recess instruction. My apologies. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not let anyone discuss the case with you. Don't do any independent research. Avoid news accounts. Thank you. We'll be in recess. Please stand for this jury. Please be seated, everyone. All right, jury's coming back at 2 o'clock. Attorneys in the courtroom at 10 minutes till 2. Mr. Medina, anything else we need to discuss?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lahan?
No.
All right, we're in recess. Enjoy your lunch, everybody. All right.